my friends and co-curators and colleagues from who we have curated the Soil Assembly together. There is Neil White, who is the co-director from CREAM, Center for Research in Education, Art and Media from University of Westminster. And he's also an artist. Evan Chardonnay. He's the founder director of Makery from France. And Maya Minder. She's a co-president of Hacketeria.org, and she's also known for as an eat artist and fermentation artist. We all got together to do this. And before I tell you the story about how the Soil Assembly came about, it was a long discussions. It started with Rob Lefrene, who is sitting in France now because he has decided never to fly again. He doesn't want to disturb the birds anymore. Well, I told him that his quota is over anyway. So he had come to Srishti. We've been associated with him for a long time now, since 2004. So in 2015, we started the Future of Transportation with him, which went for 3 editions. And one of the editions was also shown as at the Kochi Biennale in 2016. So while we were talking about how do we take this future of transportation at the time of the climate crises and time of the ecological emergencies, we were also talking about Vivek Vilasani's food forest for a long time. We were talking to Neil about his own work, where he was looking at the beings, that is night beings, which are being disturbed because of the circularities and other commercial agriculture that is coming up. And also there was a kind of a thing that was happening around the world, where there were a lot of artist organizations, artist curators, collectives. They were all looking at this idea of the earth and the soil and the planet. And Evan's own project was looking at more than the planet. So somewhere we decided we need to meet everybody. We need to kind of create a forum where we could find other people, talk to them, find out what they are doing, what are the good things that we can take forward. And of course, I spoke to Geeta Narayanan about it. She, as a visionary, said, yes, we need to bring it back to the pedagogies that we are right now looking, because in Srishti, we have always been looking at emerging pedagogies. We are looking at emerging practices. So then I spoke to the other visionary, which is Bose Krishnamachari, and he also, and so this is the first Soil Assembly which we are hosting here at the Kochi Muzris Biennale 2023 as the first Soil Assembly. And we are hoping that this will continue in other forms, other formats, and somewhere for the next 10 years while our students, because when I speak, I'm speaking from Srishti Manipal. For us, the students are the next artists and designers. So what we bring into our classrooms and what we take them outside from the classrooms becomes the next basis of how we deal with our times and how we bring that impact to the world that we live in. So with that, thank you all for coming again and attending. This is going to run for 5 days. Hope to see you all for the other days, because every panel is different, but there are going to be amazing panelists who are joining us from different parts of the world. And I would like to invite Bose here to speak. Can we switch off the lights, the main? Sorry about that.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night from Kochi. Welcome to Soil Assembly at a place designed by this place, the pavilion designed by an amazing architect, Samira Rathod. I'm sure you'll enjoy the texture, walls, the materiality used by this architect. On behalf of Kochi Biennial Foundation, welcome you again. I would like to give you a small snippet about the Kochi Biennial Foundation and its work last 10 years. Actually, in fact, the first, in 2010, we have set it up a foundation called Kochi Biennial Foundation in August 2010. The first edition of the Biennale was put up on 12th of December, 12 noon we open to the public in Kochi. With 90 days of exhibition, on people's demand, we extended for 6 more days. So the first edition we had 96 days. Can I have the next slide, please? This the previous the slide is from Musris. The first edition of the Biennale was called Kochi Musris Biennale. We didn't have any other title than Kochi Musris Biennale. Musris was the oldest port which was vanished in 1341. So when we talk about soil, we have to talk about water as well. We have to talk about the connection between earth, sky, water, and other elements. So we have used Musris as a kind of, for us, mother port, which was vanished. And there is a kind of an umbilical relationship with with Kochi, the new port, and this place, the multicultural space or cosmopolitan space, other cosmopolitan space, as Ashish Nandi mentioned. We have about 44 different kind of community lives in this small soil space or clay space, material space we can talk about, maybe 4.5 square kilometer area, which I'm talking about. That's a video. Can you play that video for, it's a 2 minutes video. You get an idea of what we have done. This is a I don't think it has been incorporated, the sound, and mixed it, I think. So this fifth edition, we are here, 10 years of Kochi Biennial. There is already a book published on Kochi or Indian Biennale's effect, published from UK. Um, we believe that, what we could do with this contemporary festival or contemporary art festival, we could erase the borders of elitism and white Cuban spaces. The borders are erased. All kinds of people have been invited. What you see in its people's participation in Kochi. This is also triggered when I have traveled to the other part of the world to check it out, what kind of exhibitions are happening, and the opening, a professional opening day. I would like to say a short anecdote, my experience. So visiting an opening of a festival, in front of the festival space, kids were playing. And then I went up to them and I asked, what is happening? There is anything. There are a lot of people up from, I don't think they are all from here. And I experienced, or I was really shocked to know that none of these kids were not at all aware what is happening next door to their land, next door to their location. This triggered in our mind how we can educate, how we can make aware of what are we going to put up. So we have put together a small brochure why we are doing a Biennale, which ones are the best one, non-internationally. There are more than 316 Biennales around the world. Some of them runs for 2 weeks and 10 days and, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months like that. In 1895, the first Biennale was opened in Venice. Since then, the history has been, and this in short period of time, what Kochi could do is to get into the people's mind, to the local public especially. I believe that the strength of the Biennales come from the earth of Kochi itself. Kochi is always receiving and, always received from outside the weather, not only the climate, the trade happens through the trade, not only the trade happened, the cultures from different part of the world happen to Kochi. So with that, I would like to say this, you must, as I've gone through this, I don't need to read it out, but still I like to say 166% rise in number of tourists visiting Kerala since 2006. This study was done in 2016, 2018. Also, KPMG has done a study. This is Urban Design Collective, an architect, Vidya Mohan Kumar put together this study, which is published in 2016 and 18. 60% biennial visitors are first-time visitors to Kerala, 50% increase in business for local traders, 35% hike in business for homestays, 35% rise in foreign tourists visiting between December, March since the first edition in 2012. 30% of sales attributed to exclusively to the Biennale by local businesses. Next page, please. The impact itself says return of local talents and has exposure to local artists. What I have seen presently also, at least 6 to 7 pop-up shops and design shops are open during this time of the Biennale. And wonderful shops, collectives come together and put together. Developing Kochi as a cultural center, growth in inbound tourism for the state, restorations of abandoned space in the city. This is almost like a sustainable, I think, when we talk about sustainable aspects in architecture and conservation spaces, I think, Biennale brings that kind of soft power, soft touch to the conservation side. Placing Kochi, that's fine. I think, it's you. It's all right. I'm not good at talking about numbers, but, the last slide. Next one, please. Yeah. So when we started the first edition of the biennial, we had 89 artists, 23 countries, 14 venues, 114 artworks, around exhibitions, around 300 square feet of exhibition area, 300,000 square feet of exhibition area, which I wanted to say that there's a kind of huge development. When we first got the funds to start the Biennale, we had only 11,000 of square feet of space, which was Durbar Hall, as an art gallery space, which also we converted into a kind of weather control space first time. First fund was got it from the tourism department. We invested in creating a weather control space or climate control space, which is the Lalitala Academy space in Ernakulam, which is about 30 minutes from here. And now we have around 600,000 square feet of exhibition area inside and outside of the land. 2022, we have this edition, the Biennale is curated by Shubhigi, got the three main venues, Aspinwall House, Daba Hall, Pepper House, and Anand Warehouse. These three locations, we have the main exhibition. But what is great, I felt about the inclusive nature of the work was initiated or put together by the director of programs, Mr. Mario D'Souza, is one of my favorite because it's the collectives are coming together, the Trinales and Biennales and institutions coming together to put together an exhibition. It's 10 venues we have that kind of exhibition happening during the time of the main biennial. Also, we given much more opportunities to Malayali artists. When we think about local, people always ask the question, where is the place for the local artists? So we thought it would be a great idea to bring together parallel to the main exhibition. Also, I would like to say the impact of the Biennale is not just because of the biennial. I think its impact happened because of the students' Biennale, the great program set together by the directors of the Biennale Foundation. And ABC, Let's Talk. All this is there are, music of Musiris, curated films. The programs all brought it together. Anyway, I'm not going to take much of your time. Enjoy your learning ground. This is a site for learning. I'm sure this soil assembly will bring up much more questions about climate change and the importance of sensitizing our mind towards ecology and soil. Thank you so much, Mani. My friends from Manipali University and Gita, everyone from all around the world coming and enjoy your time. Thank you very much. Srishti School of Design. Srishti School of Design. Srishti School of Design. Srishti School of Design. Srishti School of Design.
Thank you. Thank you, boss. I would like Geeta to take over.
Good afternoon and greetings to everybody around the world who is watching on Zoom. I think this is evident of our times where we have both the electronic version where people can listen from far away, but it's much nicer to be here. I want to start with some words of appreciation. First, of course, to Bose, because we have really been associated from Srishti with this Biennale for a very long time, I think from the very beginning. But for the last two, I think 2016 and 2014, if I'm not mistaken, and 2012, we've had outpost collateral events. And thank you very much, Bose, for inviting us this time to be part of the Student Biennale and to be here in Cabral Yard. We really do appreciate that. And we hope that we'll keep coming back and doing it. Coming to the soil assembly, I think that there are some ideas that I have been thinking about which are probably countercultural to what everybody may be saying. I've been reading the work of the Latin changing, evolving, morphing, hybridizing. There is no art world and design world and technological world anymore, right? You just have your iPhone and it's got everything on it from art to design to technology. So these devices have now and platforms have now made us part of these worlds, just like Zoom is today. And it's so ubiquitous, so invisible that we don't really know that we're part of it. But at the same time, the work of my friends, Evan Chardonnay, who's come back to Shrishti after such a long time, the work that we've done with Kathy Lane on sound and sound design over many years. Welcome to you, Neil, and hope that you also keep coming back. What we would like to do, and what we would continually like to do, is say that just like Bose said, art is not in a white cube or a gallery. I think education cannot be in a white classroom with people sitting behind benches and chairs and the teacher in front giving assignments and telling everybody, now get on with it and I will then mark it. And I think that the Soil Assembly, and particularly this interim that Meena curates so well, has been an example to all of us how a curated effort provides living pedagogy to young aspiring practitioners, not students, because everybody is an aspiring practitioner. Even perhaps at this stage, I could say I'm aspiring to do some things. And when the Soil Assembly will present its work tomorrow, I think that we will see within it the seeds of perhaps where and how we have to locate future learning. And that it is very, very important to make it all inclusive of the planet, of its people, not always think of profit, and build a sustainable and creative world to our own efforts. I hope that the Soil Assembly will become something of a movement, and I pledge my support and the support of all the teams that I represent here today to take it forward. I close with some deeply appreciative works of Meena, of Amitabh, of Arnab, of Meghna, of Asta and Rustam and everybody else who's been here and everybody else who's not here, and Neil and Evan and others who were in Bangalore. Well, I might have missed a name, but I don't know whose name I missed, but I apologize. See, it's very important that Shrishti has managed to keep, for a period of over 15 years, this interim semester where artists come and work alongside with faculty and students on equal terms. And the only one woman who has made it possible is Meena. So let's give her a hand. And in order that it doesn't die like things do, I think that we will be setting up a center of excellence, which she will look after. And there'll be 2 centers of excellence, and I don't know where to put Meena, so I'll name both, and then maybe she'll stand there with her one leg in each side. One is a Center for Creative and Cultural Practices, and the other is a Center for New Pedagogy and Emerging Practices. And we're going to try and get funding. And so it will be an open space for long-term residency, short-term residencies, internships, projects, and so on. And since we have a fancy new campus, I think there's lots of space to be able to provide space for both national, international people to come and work there. And so I hope, Bose, by the time you have your next Biennale, Soil Assembly will come back again with a revived set of works, and we can create a movement from there together. Thank you. I now have great pleasure in inviting my friend, David Kusumo, who has come all the way from Oregon. He's the president of the World Design Organization, a UN-recognized NGO that works as a membership council of designers and design communities all over the world. He's here today to see, Bose, the impact of, as you shared the slide, of this on the space of Fort Kochi. And I hope that we will be able to get the help and assistance and the ideas from the global community of designers he represents in order to help projects like this go forward. Over to you, David.
So I want to thank Geeta, and I also want to thank Bose. Greetings to all of the organizers, to the distinguished guests, the artists, the designers, and of course, all of the participants. And thank you to Srishti, Manipal Institute of Design, for inviting me to participate in this event. The Kochi Biennale has become a major global event, and it's become an international showcase for art and design. And also the Institute has become also world famous with its ability to challenge norms and instigate new thinking. I represent the World Design Organization. We sometimes refer to it as WDO. And as Geeta had mentioned, we have UN consultative status since 1974, which means that we are recognized as an official NGO by the UN. And we look to promote the value of design as a strategic tool for economic, for social, and for cultural developments. WDO is actually the global body for industrial design. We've been taking our motivation from the UN SDGs. Some of you are familiar with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we use it as a guideline to both partner and to work towards solving some of humanity's biggest challenges. So this means using the power of design as a fundamental tool to make communities and human settlements more inclusive, more safe, more resilient, and of course, more sustainable. One of the UN SDGs I do want to point out is UN SDG number 12. So UN SDG number 12 really talks about responsible consumption and responsible production. And this is really important. You know, we have been monitoring the global footprint network. So this is an organization that basically monitors the health of the world based on its ability to regenerate itself. Lately, they've been telling us that based on the current rate of consumption of the Earth's natural resources, if we don't modify our behaviors, then by the year 2050, we will actually need 2.3 Earths in order to keep up with the rate of depletion. So what it means is that, you know, as a community of creatives, it's really important that we get our heads around this and look to change attitudes, because if we do not change our behavior, it means that the world will start to experience great scarcity in the near future. So the topic, I think, of soil assembly is very relevant to the sustainable ideals and objectives of the world community. This event, the Kochi Biennale, promotes the understanding of the impact of art and design on the quality of life and the economy. It encourages international cooperation, and it provides a platform for the exchange of knowledge and the exchange of experience. As a representative of the WDO, I'm very proud to be participating in this important Biennale event and also being connected with the amazing Shristi School of Design. And I really look forward to all of the activities, all the groundbreaking creativity, all of the new thinking and the new dialogue that'll come out of this amazing forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, Bose. Thank you, David. I would like to invite all the curators up here, Evan, Maya, Neil, and we will start the soil assembly with an introduction from Evan first, and Maya and Neil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. I would first like to thank the Kochi Muziris Biennale, of course, to host us in such a nice space, a beautiful yard and a nice architecture intervention. Really, we are grateful for such beautiful conditions. I would, of course, also like to thank Mina Vari and the Srishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology and Geeta, and also the technical team that you see in the back, Benjamin, Amitabh, and the others, the students who helped, and all the person of Srishti who contribute to the event. This assembly already is more than 6 months ago, I think, when one day she called us in Europe, let's do something for Kochi. And I'm so thrilled today we actually all get together today. So the first group discussion started in July, and with Mina was mentioning Neil White here, Maya, but also Vivek Vilasini, who is here in the back, and Rob Lafrenet, who is here behind the screen somewhere, and we will talk also these coming days. We came with an idea of an assembly in online discussions, being inspired, as Maya was suggesting, by our Indonesian friends of the Good School at the last Documenta in Kassel, Germany. Several lines came quickly in discussion: how to share practices of food forest, such as a project Vivek is running in Munnar in Kerala, or following Rob Lafrenet future transportation project that was here before. And a shared interest in thinking about fair transport of food, including sailing. We thought we should reflect on the transportation of food and feed, and the preoccupying impact on the climate change. So it carries a particular meaning in the old port of Kochi before Muziris, a port born long before the petrol age. So, of course, sharing experiences of many living projects and communities was obvious. So you will hear a lot about those in the coming days, and to show the diversity of the multiple practices that bridge art and ecology, ecological futurisms. Group from the Westminster University will be the first one to present today, and Neil is going to tell a word about it. being inspired by the Humus Sapiens project of the Acteria Society, we thought also that discussing soil ecology was of great importance. It even gave the title, Consider the Soil in the Assembly. We call it Soil Assembly, because we want to emphasize that assumption that most human interactions depend on this 20 centimeter surface thickness of the humus, this critical zone that the regretted Bruno Latour could tell us how it is important to cherish and protect. And then living pedagogies seem essential to all of us for the Srishti Manipal Institute, of course, who put all this event together. But as well, this event is a way to show many other projects and how it is important today to teach and transmit these knowledges in art and design schools, so that new generation of art and design practitioners can also contribute to the collective care of the critical zone. I will read you now a short text by our friends and collaborators, Bureau d'Etudes, Bureau of Studies, who will talk tomorrow of their experience in the Living Pedagogies session. Quote, "We are used to defining the arts by painting, sculpture, theater, music, by the image, the sound, even the taste, forgetting the immense diversity of the arts which are implemented by the humans in everyday life, which testifies of the sense of observation, of the art of subsistence, of the sense of the attachments, which makes that the life is interesting, that we can exercise our faculties there, that we can give it a meaning in the slightest gestures of the daily life, with those on which we all depend. We have forgotten the immense diversity of the arts by which humans have shaped habitable spaces, taking into account the species and environment with which they live. Among these arts, agriculture, gardening, and more generally, the art of subsistence occupy a major place, testifying to the attachments by which humans make society with each other and with others and themselves, animal, plants, machines, spirits, deities, etc. Local agriculture is, in fact, the first of the arts, the one on which all the others depend. We want to place local agriculture, gardening, and the relationship to the species that contribute to making the environment in which we live habitable at the heart of the art schools. Gardening and agriculture are the major arts that must be taught and transmitted today in art schools, actively regenerate the damaged landscapes of the Anthropocene. In this way, artists and designers will be able to fully participate in the rebirth of territories by engaging here and now, locally and in the long term, in the art of subsistence, to make the earth a shared, habitable, and desirable space. This approach has already been taken in multiple art schools around the world that have been for years sometimes implementing gardens, subsistence arts, collecting, experimenting, transmitting, and magnifying the arts of the earth. End of quote. Thank you. I will now give the ground to Maya and then Neil. Yeah. Maya, please. Thank you.
Same, I will start also with the many thank yous to Gita, to Mena for the amazing curation and mobilizing of so many students and helpers and technicians and people together here in Kochi. The director of Kochi Biennale for hosting us, of course. Neil and Ewen for the support and the trust. And I am part of the Hecteria network. We are not a collective, but more a broad network around the world where we share the same ideas of sharing knowledge on biology, science, life science, and friendship mainly. So Hecteria has been existing since 10 years, and I'm the second generation of this network, being thankful of the legacy that has been coming from the first generation to the second one. And also to mention that Hecteria was also founded at Srishti Manipal, like Srishti before it was Srishti Institute of Art, Science and Technology. And together with Yasha Shetty, Marc Dusseyet, and the many people that steered those ideas of keeping ideas open and free for sharing as well. So I wanted to start maybe with a small poem which has also been written during one of those activities during the Field Notes, which is a summer camp held every second year in the very north of Finland, so almost in the polar circles, where they came together to study the soils on this very desert kind of landscape. So this poem is by Antti Salimen, who describes 50 words for soil. Ground, druk, dros, drak, erk, erde, irt, dirt, derte, dech, tochi, tsuchi, urvi, kara, tara, murska, terra, terrek, toprak, toproik, terroir, turung, prung, rummi, prussi, bummi, bumika, bumus, ismus, mullos, humus, lumus, löss, loam, loaned, land, menu, mannos, man, mantu, mand, mond, muk, guk, muka, multa, mult, mu, ma, and mu. So all those words, which I believe that those words epistemologically came from ancient times, because humans are born on the soil and they get buried on the soil as well. So for us to come up with this idea of a soil assembly has been here as an idea since quite a long time, also creating something which is connecting these ideas, contemporary ideas that are steering around the world and that many people are addressing. And to see that it is not belonging as ownership of one individual artist, but also as a collective. As a collectiveness and the emphasis of the community. I now want to tell or read you out as well for why we choose the word or the format of an assembly. What is an assembly? Why an assembly? And who is the assembly? The economic, political, and social theories of movements associated with the implementation of an assembly can create collective ownership of it. Social ownership can create collective ownership and be built up or through the structure of an assembly. It is a desire in these times of diminished freedom of speech and exchange to stay aligned with a geopolitical international structure without implicating strict methodologies and organizational structure. The idea of this international gathering of artists, designers, curators, architects, educators, activists, hackers, and farmers will support the freedom of exchange and sharing of knowledge. It will be an active dissemination of a humanistic, biodiverse, and holistic approach within the notions of agriculture, life as its practice. It asks how to share the commons and how to create a network or syndicate that fosters practices of cooperation, community, and collectiveness in a social and political way, especially with those that are multilateral and which provide mutual benefit to all those involved. An assembly accepts the universality of ecology of human-made structures and more than human correlations in agriculture and life, and fights against homogenization and monocultural practices for a freedom of movement for plants, animals, humans, seeds, and goods. The word of permaculture implies two words: the culture as it is rooted in agriculture, and the perma as durable, lasting, and sustainable. So just for a short introduction of the structure of this soil assembly, especially for those who are following from afar, there is a homepage with the live stream. And for each day, between the 1st and the 3rd, we will have 2 panels. You can even type in view in your time, because we noticed there is a lot of difficulty to gap all the different time zones, and it needs a lot of communication. But for the first day, there's the ecological futurism and the discussion on the soil ecologies on the 2nd. Each day has intermezzos with performances from students from the Srishti Manipal and also artists. While on the 4th and the 5th of the soil assembly, we will go into film presentations. First, the films from Ursula Bielmann, Sochil Vadja, and also 2 films from Ewan Chardonnay and me. And as well as on the 5th day, we will show the movie from Marian Neumann, a Swiss filmmaker who created a movie on the entanglements between soil and fungi. It also shows interviews with Onnotzink Löwenhaupt, which most of you maybe know from the book, The Mushroom at the End of the World, which talks about how to survive or build new resilience in late capitalist ruins. So now I will forward to Neil White, who talks about the future of soil.
Hello, thank you for your patience. I'm so delighted to be here. It's such a pleasure to be the new kids on the block in many respects. We'd like to extend our thanks from CREAM and Ecological Futures, and on behalf of Tina, who I work with, to everybody at Kochi Biennale, to BOS and the organizers, to Gita and to Mina, and to an amazing group of staff who've been working relentlessly to help us coordinate everything that's going on today. Really amazing. And of course, all of the students and other participants. So many, many thanks. It's amazing to be here. The Kochi Biennale is very much in our consciousness in CREAM, and we have a lot of academics. CREAM is a research center. I am a director of that center, along with Professor May Adadol-Ingwanij, who is a specialist in Southeast Asian cinematic arts, and my area is art and science. But we have a whole number of different researchers who work with us, one of whom is also included in the Biennale, Uriel Ullo's work, who you can see in Aspinwall House, and who is on the next panel and will be speaking. But we have been around for about 20 years and are recognized in the UK most recently in 2021 as being the #1 research center for research impact. So it's a great honor to be able to say that what we do has impact on society, culture internationally, and that's been recognized. Just a couple of words, really, because of the time I think that we have. Ecological Futurisms is actually a collective inside CREAM. So we're a group of academics who came together with PhD students and alumni because we recognized we had a joint set of areas of interest. And you can read some of that on if you go to our CREAM website and go to the areas. But what we're really interested in is the relationship between global climate change, who it affects, and to what extent this is inextricably linked to historical lines of inequality. So when thinking about the future in relation to change and the global environment, the inclusion of culture and social sciences can bring important perspectives, we believe, and essential questions. We know that many of the problems are already cooked into the system, some are unfolding, but how they play out is what is our key area of concern. We're interested in assembly because the right mitigation requires the right questions, and this is one of our core aims. And the idea of a notion of assembly is one that we've been working with since our inception in late 2020, I should say. So we're working across the Caribbean, North America, Southeast Asia, South Asia, with different artists and researchers and curators who all have their own practices and all have their own networks. And we tend to bring those together in different thematic areas. So, for example, my colleague, Professor Roshini Kempadu, is working with Deborah Thomas and Elisa Trotz in the Caribbean and America on matters of extraction, Black lives and Atlantic ecologies. May Adedard Ingenage works on animistic apparatus with Dr. Julian Ross, who's based at the University of Leiden, which explores itinerant film production in Thailand and notions of animism and ecology. And then I run an area called the Deep Field Project, which has many interests in art, science, and technology. And we work with a number of PhD and other alumni developing fieldwork methods and techniques. But I also work with people and collaborate with people outside of ecological futurism, such as Tina Connell, who will be joining me on the stage shortly because we're going to make the first presentation. However, I wanted to just finish this little section, thanking everybody, by just talking about how ecological futurism came together during the pandemic. Because we were all, like you all, sat at home trying to work out how to work together. And it dawned on us through inspiration from a piece of text that I'm going to read that an assembly was a good way to move forward. And we decided to create an assembly that we called The Portal. And you may recognize that title because it comes from Arundhati Roy's essay, The Pandemic is a Portal. And so what I wanted to sort of kick off from our perspective, this soil assembly, was a quote from the end of that essay. Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind it. Or we can walk through lightly with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. Thank you. So we're going to start the first panel. I don't know if you want to come up and say anything first.
Good afternoon. We start one of many sessions across the next 5 days. Today's panel discussion will have 5 very interesting speakers. May I invite Professor Neil White, Tina O'Connell, Dr. Vasanti Das to come on to the stage. We also have 2 other participants who are online. We have Uriel Orlo and Cedric Carls, who will join us online. So may I request Neil, Dr. Vasanti, and Tina to take the stage, and I will invite you one by one to come up and present. So, Dr. Vasanti Das, are you here? Yeah, thank you. So, we are in a very special location. Location matters. Where we are right now is historically, we know about the multicultural aspects of Kerala and that it has attracted people from all over the world. The M in KMB, the Romans were here, but so were the Chinese, so were the Arabs, so were the Persians. Then came the Portuguese and the Dutch and the British, and we know that history. But I think since this is a soil assembly, maybe we have to just gently remind ourselves of the land that we stand on right now, and which was part of a larger supercontinent of Pangaea. And this Malabar coast was once attached to Africa. And this plate that we stand on of the Indian plate, like most Indians, we all have separation anxieties. And this plate also had a very heavy separation anxiety and galloped all across the way from where Antarctica is today and crashed into the Eurasian plate. The mountains that we see right next to us, this is a very special location. If you look at the trees outside, you'll see many epiphytes, which are dormant right now, waiting for that grand monsoon to arrive on the 1st of June, which doesn't arrive on the 1st of June anymore regularly, and we have a problem there. This land also has rice growing at Kotanad, which is below sea level. There are 7 rivers which flow into this harbor right next to you. It has one of the wettest coastlines, and it has the highest point in Anamudi in Munnar. So it's a very special ecology, and that's what creates this biodiversity. And I think I'll just to sort of contextualize where we are and what we are going to talk about. And this sort of dynamism between land and water is what creates these conditions. And I think that's the kind of dynamism we hope that this soil assembly will generate in order to give us new possibilities and new imaginations. And that's what is the role of artists and designers at the end of the day. So I'll briefly introduce you to the first 2 speakers. One is Irish born, the other is England born. And guess what? They get along fine. And they have even been cooperating with each other since 2010. So that's Professor Neil White. He is, as you saw, leads the CREAM, which is the Center for Research and Education in Arts and Media, University of Westminster. And we have Tina O'Connell, who has been associated with CREAM too, and is part of his work. And she has been an Irish-born artist, is an associate professor of media and sculpture, and director of Art Lab at University of Reading. So may I invite Neil and Tina to give their presentation.
Thanks. We are going to start gently, I think, we hope, with a film. So we're going to run a film, and then we're going to talk through some contextual information around that film.
It's about 9 minutes long.
So you can relax.
Turn on.
In Lorraine Daston and Peter Galliston's in-depth analysis of scientific objectivity, it can be understood that the artist was arguably the first tool of the scientist. Enlightenment naturalists and scientific atlas makers used artists to eliminate any anomalies in their representations of nature in order to create images thought to be best to represent what truly is. In other words, a uniform of symmetrical reality projected into the asymmetrical world. In 2022, we undertook a major piece of research in Amstel Park, Amsterdam, that explored Western science relation to nature through its capture and extraction of knowledge. We curated the exhibition Perfect Nature with partners from Ecological Futurisms and the organization Zone to Zone. It appears the slides are not moving. The film that was played alongside a light to sound installation that was visible in the park both day and night. The sound generated from the recordings of nocturnal hunters of moths, bats, that links the moth to the wider ecology polluted by artificial light. Here you can see images of moths drawn with the luminous wool, or indeed glow in the dark, with a tufting gun. We used ultraviolet or black light to capture images of these drawn moths and place them into the park using photographic technique called light painting. This was done with a tool called a pixel stick. From here, we now started taking laboratory or studio-based multispectral light systems used in our film to the outdoor settings. Through the School of Multi-Species Knowledges, we explored the park at night using a range of tools, experimenting with mapping and sensing the nighttime ecology. We generated and captured the shadow of plants as forms of a vast herbarium. This is a project we're now exploring with the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew for a new project that examines polluted landscapes. In essence, we have been exploring in depth how artificial lighting in particular is saturating the world of other organisms in European environments, with damaging consequences for us and the ecologies we rely upon. We focused on the ecology of the moth, or nachtvlinder, which is the beautiful Dutch word, anthropogenetic. In Northern Europe, light pollution, or anthropogenic noise, is now contributing to what has been termed an unfolding insect apocalypse. saturated light links to worlds that surround us, yet pollution that lies beyond human sight. In a shift to our perception, we propose new forms of cohabitation through an understanding of anthropogenic noise in the relationship between us and the more than human. From the screens of our ever-present phones to the sulfurous phosphorescence of suburban lighting in our city streets and the snaking pathways of roads that illuminate our rural landscapes at night, the human need for artificial light spills over to saturate other worlds with our prismatic pollution. In our cities and urban areas, perpetual forms of daylight impact upon the eyes and senses of insects, birds, bees, and animals that perceive a much wider color across the visual spectrum of light, that are often overwhelmed, inhibited, or limited by this unwelcome spectral and prismatic abundance. Habitats are destroyed and migrations interrupted as we displace and destroy our own ecology without sensing or seeing.
Thanks. So that's kind of an explanation of the context. And what we did in the park was we worked on this exhibition, which you've seen a little glimpse of, called Perfect Nature. And then we worked on a longer placement in the park, which included the School of Multi-Species Knowledge, a kind of a pedagogy with lots of artists. But we developed and we realized that we needed to come up with something that would maybe help this situation. So we've been working on this project, which is just in summary, at the idea of a multi-species red light district for Amsterdam. And anybody who knows anything culturally about Amsterdam is the red light district is not normally associated with multi-species activity. Anyway, next slide. What we were doing in our research was looking into the ultraviolet range that moths can see in. Basically, this pollution that we can't, is not visible to us. In particular, in Holland, it's notable in all cities, but in particular from these vast greenhouses that you see, many of which stay on 24 hours a day, so perpetual daylight in some parts of the country. But it's something that's happening right across Northern Europe. But believe it or not, the solution is really simple, and you can see it down here because it's been developed. And all you need to do is retune your white LED light into a red spectrum, which is where the red light idea comes from, because that doesn't inhibit and doesn't pollute the sight of moths and doesn't destroy habitats and biodiversity, and is cheap and easy to do, but really gets to our point, is we know the science. We know what its impact is on biodiversity loss, and I could quote to you lots of scientific papers about this, but science alone is not able to help us change. And we think this is the role of artists and designers. It's that cultural change that we can make happen. This is our solution for the park in Amstel Park, but also for the gardeners who work across all the parks of Amsterdam, which is to introduce a new lighting system. And we designed a version, but then we decided it would probably be better done as a social project with communities, which they would adopt their own areas and change the lighting. This is stuff that can be done by everybody. So it's something we'd like you to think about when you're out and about and looking at the lighting, even here in Kochi, which of course we've been studying. It seems very, very good by comparison to the super bright white LED. So in summary, we just have some points that we might want to take forward into further discussions about this idea of anthropogenic noise, which also, of course, is sound and chemicals that are polluting and aren't sensible to us but are sensed by others. So what we're really asking for is for us to think about that, because the human has 3 light cones through which they see color. The moth has 6. The mantis shrimp that lives in the Pacific Ocean has 16. So the spectrum, the rainbow that you can see into if you're a moth or a mantis shrimp is vast compared to what we can see. So we think that artist research helps us perceive the world through other species' senses. In the UK, just to kind of hammer this home where we're based, and we do believe in connecting these localized issues and challenges, there has been a 60% drop in flying insect population since 2004. If you want any idea of how catastrophic that collapse is, those are pollinators, wind insects, somewhere we don't like, but that is a catastrophic situation. So a simple solution is retuning the lights. We think artists can act as a form of eco-social engagement that can drive behavioral change in ways that scientific facts alone have not. We think we must embrace multi-species justice as a form of eco-social justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil and Tina. We have the next speaker, Dr. Vasanthi Das, who will be talking about something that we stand on all the time, the land beneath our feet. Dr. Das. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rustam. I'm from Srishti Manipal Institute, and Dr. Das is my colleague at the same institute. She also is the Dean of New Humanities and Design at Srishti Manipal. Dr. Das.
Next slide, please. So the source of this paper is from a project I did for 6 years. That is Srishti and Srishti Institute of Art, Design and Technology, and Indian Institute of Science, and as well as Offenburg University and Freiburg University from Germany. And 4 institutions assembled at Indian Institute of Science. But before that, one of the participants or the lead person in it worked also during the interim when Meena had invited him, and she put me along with him because of our similar interests. And for more than 6 years, this project has been like continuing. So thank you, Meena, and thank you, Geeta, also. And so I will not be actually working with that in this paper. I mean, in this paper that I'm presenting here, because it's a 2-part paper. One is kept aside for just this critical zone. It was called critical sciencing zone because we didn't want to copy the scientists, title that they had at that time, or still have it. Because particularly we worked with Raghavendra Gadakar from the Ecological Studies Department, and as well as the many other departments, but very important one was the critical zone scientists, which is called as the Indo-French cell for water sciences, actually. So I'm going to do this part where I also included the second part that I wrote in this paper. I had included some works from the Kochi Biennale at that time. And so I thought it would be more appropriate to kind of bring back those memories, perhaps. And so, and also the underlying intention of this paper is to kind of like Professor or Dr. David Kusuma mentioned, behavioral change is very important. So to me, simultaneously to that, because these are all concatenations or contingent upon each other. So I would say perspective changes
and a kind of shift, epistemological shift has to happen. So in that sense, it has this pedagogical interest as well. But my interest as a person from critical theory background and film studies background, I keep that parallel to what I do. So this paper is about, I'm tracing the inclination for vertical movements and aspirations to the sky that accelerated technology to the detriment of the earth. So I've been interested in these kind of terminologies, actually, vertical and precision, or, speed, efficiency. These are all kinds of terms that we are dealing with in language, and they also are coated with a lot of ideological factors and a kind of hierarchy and what we want and what precedes as such. So just to look at perspectives and frameworks in order to rethink them so that our attitude, discourses, and practices are renegotiated in order to foreground the other, and by that I mean nature. And more particularly here, I'm not looking at living beings only. I would like to look at non-living, the mineral, the soil, the stones, the sand. They are seeming even more silenced than other silences that we are having to deal with in relation to nature and environment. To begin with, it should not be the other. However, the othering has deepened so far that a repetitive deploying of post-structural and postmodern questioning of the foundations of discourses and knowledge systems will continue to be pertinent. An archaeology of knowledge unearths the a priori and discourses, or just simply assumptions that precede and preside silently behind logic, questions, framework, and other normalized principle. This is from Foucault's Archaeology of Knowledge. Some of the theories that are important to my work has been, for this particular work, critical and theoretical concerns, first of all beginning with Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, Robert Smithson, an artist who also wrote eloquently other kind of theoretical work, Glenn Margulis, Paul Virilio, Bruno Latour, are very important for this project. And it is their brilliant perspectives they recreate to undo the adamant sedimentation of perception that delimits other possibilities, to perhaps refresh, cleanse, and expand terminologies, and thereby avoid cliché, and finally, limitations. That is something that I would like to look at. I'm just skipping through to kind of not take too much of your time. So let me begin with Deleuze, who has made the remarkable shift, and it's very well known, and yet I want to repeat, but a remarkable shift from the tree model, which is a man-made one, a partial, vertical, and hierarchical, and more particularly a repressive structure constituted by a skeleton of a tree that hides the many inconsistencies within, and hence he reassigns a rhizome structure in his introduction to 1,000 Plateaus. At any rate, this tree structure is merely a skeleton, an impoverished version, passing off itself as a form that fully and accurately represents the genealogy and other structures as such. So in the rhizomatic structure, the movement is horizontal, and they branch out at unpredictable intervals, non-hierarchical, and include localized nodes and centers that improvise, add and multiply, but do not produce an absolute the center. So I'm quickly going to the, again, to, can we? This is at the Tata Institute. These are all the different installations we had done at that time. Please read this. So I'm going to Tejal Shah's work in 2012, I think. Yeah. This was at the Kochi Biennale. So in general, the human race is looking up at stars, seduced by heavenly objects, resulting in fabrications that reach and explore space. The prompt for such movement is not merely material, scientific, but also cultural and theological. Tejal Shah's work at the Kochi Biennale 2019 illustrates a fundamental cultural aspect, such as stories, especially during full moon, that surrounds the mystery and beauty of this celestial object. Those simple stories and songs generate discourses that incite the fire to find, reach, and possess the moon and stars. You too can reach the moon. That's in 2013, not 12. It is an image of a transgender mother/father pointing the moon to a child, Lord Krishna, where Shah weaves gender and ecological issues. Parents in general pointed to the moon and told stories to entertain and distract an irritable child or while feeding a reluctant kid. Along with the food, they feed them with limitless desire to reach the unreachable. And yes, for sure, we have reached the moon. Children are quickly distracted and enamored by the moon, or is it the cultural annotation of it? Later in life, the annotation continues at a romantic setting where the parent is displaced by a lover. Such an entangled desire for celestial objects in the sky is sustained by their eternal mystery and distance. So, next one. On the adjacent wall is a video of Shah titled Moon Burning. This is in 2012, where continuous and intense burning reaches a point to form a crescent, another beautiful and seductive early phase of the moon. Aspirations are incited and they burn through history until it reaches those destinations where actual intense fire burns the ore, melts, and purifies them to form tools and objects that realize those ambitions. Even if enormous amount of resources and funding is wasted again and again on space research, even by countries that cannot afford to do it, like India, for instance, we continue to justify such prodigal waste. For sure, they don't need to justify, since such heavenly endeavors are a cause in themselves. More justifiable with instruments of information management, satellites, the one-eyed cyclop that Virilio called it, for they are contingent towards and war deterrence. This latter possibility is a powerful reason to walk away with absolute assurance of doing the right thing. So where is the need for justification out there in the open sky without a horizon? That is the limitlessness of it. So these are images that I'll be looking at now. This is by an artist, Marzia Farhana, who produced this work right before the Biennale 2018. Since there was a flood at that time in Kerala, she was invited then to kind of make art and exhibit it at the Biennale itself. And so Marzia Farhana, this is Man-Made Disasters and the Suicide of the Earth, that I call the title as, subtitle as. Marzia Farhana, an artist from Bangladesh, multimedia installation and video work, Ecocide and the Rise of Free Fall at the Kochi Biennale, describes the vertical move and the process that converts the material of the earth to reach the sky. Her assemblage is composed of found material obtained abundantly in the aftermath of the Kerala floods, August 2018. White goods, furniture, books, and other valuables washed away in the landslides. Not only the biological habitat and houses with all its possession disappeared in the landslides, but the very land itself on which they stood does not exist anymore, changing the geography and mapping of those regions. The installation was distributed in several rooms, not carefully like in a home. Yeah, so here there is another room, and she has kept it away for just the books, and they are dangling and they are hanging crookedly. I think it is like also the lopsidedness of epistemological production or knowledge production that we are, furiously and voraciously producing right across the globe. They look like they have tumbled down, crowding the space and inverse, since they are dangling from the roof on thin wires. Moving is difficult in this installation, signifying not only the enormous number of objects that got washed away, but also the abundance of wealth, old and new, in most of these regions. Particularly new wealth, new neo-bourgeoisie, who perhaps crowded their homes with the latest appliances and furniture. There was national attention to the Kerala calamity. Indeed, resources poured from several regions. This must have been a sharp contrast to Farhana, who hails from Bangladesh, where the river Brahmaputra flows both in India and her country. People are landless or marooned in newly formed islands created by the erosion and due to the shifting river, and this has become a way of life. It's perennial flooding, forever shifting and moving to the whims and fancy of rain and river. A film titled Char, The No Man's Island, in 2012 by Saurav Sarangi was screened in Bangalore International Film Festival around that time, Nature's Fury category. It is about one such newly formed island called Char. The people cut off from the mainland continue to live with literally nothing to survive on. To make things worse, the India-Bangladesh border is drawn through this little insignificant island that is unstable. In fact, people, if you ask them where is their land, would point to the water because their lands are down there. The only way to survive is to improvise with the means found around, which means to be smuggling rice, medicine, etc. The border control vultures will not allow that very little they are striving for, and relentlessly punish or just make it more difficult to get the very little that is possible. The Indian government hardly supports them, nor does it let them eke out a living for themselves. And finally, there is no public support for the very vulnerable. It is pertinent to trace back to sedimentation of the mind. I mean, this essay has been very important for me to kind of get even more interested in this idea of the verticality. So, Sedimentation of the Mind by Smithson. He has written it in 1968, a very short essay, but very extremely, it's an excellent one. And particularly to this segment called From Steel to Rust. In order to connect with the work of Farhana, because Farhana is influenced by land artists, Smithson may not have been a land artist who was directly engaged with environmental reasons, But of course, he was like wanting to leave the white cubicle and have it out there in a site-specific kind of artwork on land, and constantly assembling stones, rocks, and sand and other kind of material. And he has done other controversial things as well. And so that I should alert you. Her work resonates Smithson's, who first of all critiques artists who include technology in their work, and particularly the euphoric use of it as a medium. By suspending technology, he discovers the substratum of the earth, since the discourse of the industrial process is framed by the vertical reach away from the earth. His works highlights other processes of oxidation, carbonization, hydration that affect metals and rock weathering, and prefers them for art making practices. Such processes are inherent to the Gaia model of the earth, established long ago by Paul Vernadsky, a geologist in the early 20th century. In 1928, he has written a very highly prophetic work about what it would be like at the end of the century. And also foretold, and Lynn Margulis and Paul Vernadsky in their times, of course, were rejected by the scientific community, more or less. And of course, for the environmental humanities and others, they have become very useful. Now they are all getting revived. Their work is getting revived, and they see the logic of it. Yes, another logic for that matter. A model of that reminds us of the earth as a breathing and living organisms, and not an inherent substance to be used in the service of technology. Hence, Smithson writes, by excluding technological processes from the making of art, we began to discover other processes of a more fundamental order. The breakup or fragmentation of matter makes one aware of the substrata of the earth before it is overly refined by industry into sheet metal, extruded I-beams, aluminium channels, tubes, wires, pipes, cold rolled steels, iron bars, etc. Oxidation, hydration, carbonization, and solution, the major processes of rock and mineral disintegration, are the four methods that could be turned toward the making of art. Those torn and crushed household items in Farhana's work are covered with mud, already rusting and slowly absorbed by the earth. Justifiable return of man-made material to the earth. The rusted objects illustrates its disintegration. She, like Smithson, recognizes how many artists are also grounded in a powerful ideology of the ideal, which incites human imagination and fires technological growth. Those artists, therefore, need the refined paints of the studio. The smelting process that goes into the making of steel and other alloys separates impurities from an original ore. Can you go? No, you have to go back. Could you go back, please? Yeah. Thank you. The rusted objects illustrates its, okay, no. The smelting process that goes into the making of steel and other alloys separates impurities from an original ore and extract metal in order to make a more ideal product. Burnt out ore and slag-like rust is as basic and primary as the material smelted from it. This space, more or less, is a small room, almost resembling like a small kitchen. And with the stones and such things set there, and the the acetylene flame that you see over there, it's at once a reminder, and all this is at once a reminder of the cooking, a crude cooking process, and cooking the earth. as well, and cooking as one of the first levels of Anthropocene, really, where fire was taken in a way that is special to human beings and used and cook the food like no other beings do, actually. So it has that, but she seems to be like fast forwarding it to a point that is come to technology, where again you need to cook a lot, or intense heat and fire is required for all these melting and smelting of all these products, or for mechanical age, and for other, and I will come to this. Technological ideology has no sense of time other than its immediate supply and demand, and its laboratories function as blinders to the rest of the world. Like the refined paints of the studio, the refined metals of the laboratory exist within an ideal system. Such enclosed pure systems make it impossible to perceive any other kind of processes other than the ones of differentiated technology. That is Smithson. In one of the small rooms crammed with domestic objects, Farhana inserts a video screening running perpetually on the floor while leaning against a vertical pipe. The video image is of a red-hot fire burning relentlessly and slags of smelting metal sliding precariously. The next one. And next. Okay. The room by Farhana is not creating a hearth, that is the early form of like people who assemble in a place, hearth, with a fire cooking a warm meal, but a reminder of the industry and manufacture of the ideal material to make white goods and other traditional, including other traditional objects like kitchen objects and such as knives and ladders as such. And if you kind of, I cannot, I have to just describe it. So this room is like concentrated with all kinds of things with, which I'll come to other objects here. But this melting that is happening, and you see in the other room, although it is dumped with all the white goods as such, and of course, very straightforward meaning would be that they are, that is the way they were dumped during the flooding. So that happens, but also it looks like all this melting and melting is like, on the one hand, on the vertical pole, it goes up to show airplanes and space kind of aircrafts and such things, but also spilling out in the next room are the white goods. These are the results. I mean, it's a kind of a domestic kind of a thing, but also spatial and military reasons. So these are like the intersection where technology is like producing more immensely and thriving as such. So a small boulder, like in the other one, a small boulder of rock is sitting next to the video as if it were looking at it. Perpendicular to the video and the rock is a mirror reflecting them, a necessary reflection on the smelting process, which, while the rock is still sitting in silence, unaware, oblivious to any ideology. At the upper end of the vertical pipe is an old rusty television with the image of an airplane silently and consistently swirling and hovering menacingly. The smelting metal on the ground has transcended to become a flying object in the sky. The image on the television is facing the floor and looking down at the smelting ore, hopefully acknowledging the ore from where it was created. Since once it floats into the sky, it forgets the dirt it came from. Or is it ensuring that the fire continues to burn and smelt? Another adjacent television is also facing down, but it has a fantastical image of a flying horse, a mythical creature that made the plains a reality. The hearth in a home is not merely cooking an innocent warm meal, but various fantasies and thoughts simmer in conversation, and family and friends partake of food and thought. Perhaps the flying horse is the next novelty and technological upgradation, since the planes are not live enough. Fabrications and inventions are extractions of mental fantasy, just as the necessary material are extracted from the ore. Although based on a very irresponsible subjective objective notion of the idea. Smith's Land, Art and Writings and Farhana's assemblage poetically expresses the acceleration of technology as endeavors that moves away from the earth. Technology itself is used to achieve the separation through the binary of earth-heaven, which already implies the hierarchy. And the very ore which is of the earth is forgotten through extreme refinement. Steel is one such man-made material, and that even if made from the earth, it appears to be man-made and not of the earth. The refinement of the ore exceeds itself to the point where the purified form of the material is not of the earth. Refining is an erasure of the sediment that leads to amnesia, amplified by the desire to forget the plunder and assault on the earth that primarily induces denial and amnesia, or cultural amnesia. The highly refined material, including steel, aluminium, etc., including plastic, a man-made material par excellence, also made from elements found in the earth, are used for making objects that reach the heaven. Rockets, planes, satellites cannot be of the earth because they must be man-made, not from nature, but beyond. Uberman, it ends with. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasanti. There is going to be enough time for you all to have a Q&A, and one couldn't help notice there was a peculiar juxtaposition happening when we were looking at images of the night from a temperate European landscape and these raucous coils from South Asia, and that was an interesting sort of mix of sound. And we will have questions on this art science interface with both the previous presentations have touched upon, and how does that create new knowledge and new and behavioral change. So yes, so the next speaker is Cedric Carls. He is a French-Swiss artist and designer. He's going to be talking about something that is very important, that's energy, and he's been quite passionate about transiting to new ways of producing energy, and because it has a direct correlation with the climate crisis. So may I now request Cedric to give his presentation. Hi, Cedric.
Hi.
Welcome. Yes, all clear, all good.
Yes. Thanks for the opportunity to share what we are doing last, you can say 20 years. So I'm an artist here, but I'm really shocked by the ecological situation since a long time. So I'm trying for a long time to make a more collective project and cross-fit with design, architecture, art, performing, and to try to involve also the civil society. I mean, to be close, to not be like an expert or so far contemporary art that nobody understands. And it's a position where we try to be more in the street and close to the people. So I will share my screen. Okay, let me let me know if it's okay for you, if you see well the screen here. Can you say yes or something?
Yes, Cedric, we can see your slide.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, just to introduce, I'm also the director of the studio, actually 21. So this collective is working on different resources, water, ecological problems through urbanism, art, music, technology, museum, archive, archival art, and looking about also the criticize technology and look for sobriety. And so we try to mix everything and to work also with politics, people, engineer, non-expert citizen. And one of our last project was the United Nations as replicated in Conakry in Guinea by an engineering school there. And the idea is to stop to separate art, culture, and technique. So the project of this container is to embed all our pedagogic tools that we are making and testing for a long time, and to be also a place where there is some music and some art, some meetings for NGO, for education and culture in the same place. So, I mean, during the week is more a school teaching renewable energy and resilience. There is some low-tech system with water and energy embedded. And during the weekend, there is more an opening to the society, to the city, to the people around, and with theater, music, art, performance in the same place. So the idea is to mix the things in the same place and to not have a museum, art space, and a school. It's like to mix all the things in the same time. So just to introduce also our project, Solar Sound System was one of the first brick that we produced 20 years ago in Switzerland, in Lausanne. So we perform with an off-grid system. We make music in the street, music in art center, music in school, music on private party also, with the sun and with bicycle powered system. So we are in a way trying to put in the middle of the street something that is using solar energy and bicycle powered without to tell the people how to do. I mean, the idea is just to have fun and to make this ecological, we can say, transmutation desirable, and to talk to the youngs also, because the young generation is listening a lot of music and want to party, and we try to address this part of society with some fun, and to show that the ecological transition can be really a party and a celebration. So here you can see some picture from Pays-Bas. So we have a network. No, it's a worldwide network because we do this for 20 years now. We also have one-time performance in India, in Bangalore, with Jaga Art Center. This is the Hong Kong system that you can see, where we perform also in they are touring in China, in Vietnam, and in Asia with the system with artists. Here you can see our Swiss system in the Nuit Sonore in Lyon for a famous electronic music festival. And here you can see also performing with Thomas Saraceno in Art Miami. And so it's a worldwide network. And what we do also is a curatorial project. So we are connected with a lot of label artists, and we are also sharing on a website, on a web radio hosted by Solar Energy, all this material, all this music. We are supporting emerging artists over the world. So we are listen over the world, and we receive demo and production from over the world. And what we can say with this project is that the party is supporting research. It's like to rethink the celebration of the society, to celebrate for something, to celebrate for supporting project. So all other projects was at the beginning supported by the solar sound system gigs and party. And the Paleo Energy is also a project that we run since 2015. The idea is to take the patrimonial of the forgotten patents and to share it, because working into research, innovation, into energy field, into climate change, we was thinking that we missed something. We missed a sort of huge catalog and a huge timeline with all the materials inside. So we decided to make ourselves with a small team, but a great network, our online project that is raising the innovation and the old forgotten patents. So the idea is to list, evaluate, and update, to take the best from the past and to look into public domain, because there's a huge capacity to this public domain to respond to a lot of topics in terms of water, in terms of soil, agriculture, energy. I mean, the ancients have a lot of interesting technologies and habits and social innovation, governance into this field, and we are really happy to share it with a lot of people. So it's a crowdsourcing. I mean, you perhaps in Kochi Biennale or looking this video have a part of the solution in your archive, in your computer, by your grandmother, or in your territories. There is a lot of solution spread into the time and the space. So it's now 8 years collaborative research, thanks to a lot of people who participate and share their knowledge. It's also mixed art program and research. So what we keep is not only machines. We keep also science fiction writers. We keep performance when it's talking about energy, and the idea is to mix all this to make new narratives. So that's the best goal, to have a great picture and to try to also look at the possible futures. So it's a work where we do a lot of exhibition. We exhibit the timeline. We make presentation, conference, workshop in schools, and we was like presenting to a lot of countries. And it's over more than 400 inventions and good practices exhumated. We have a lot of volunteers around us and participants. We have also renewed researcher who are writing articles around us about mobility, about art, about solar energy, about archive, about what means to look into the past, to make prospective futures. And of course, we work a lot with retired people because they have a lot to transmit. They have lived in the flesh some crisis in the times, so they have experienced also the crisis. So they have a lot. They have a lot to transmit, and they are really happy to transmit also. So we try to work, and we are working with a lot of retired people. So we don't have time, but you can see on the website atelier21.org many of our projects. You can see the timeline online on paleoenergetic.org also. And here I will just show you some samples about different projects. In here you can see the Iranian windmills that is really like still in action, almost like 1,500 years after their creation. So it's a long-term project, really interesting to put in the front of our energetic transition. We have this solar printer of Augustin Mouchot, who was concentrating solar power to print a newspaper in the 1882. And of course, the website is translated in different language, also in Spanish, Arabic, in Japanese. And of course, we are waiting for other people who want to translate it in different languages. So feel free to contact us to translate it for India. And we have also this, we have biogas, hydrogen project. Here you can see a French engineer who was running a car only with water and concentrated solar system to make hydrogen to run the car. And what is interesting is this inventors was doing this by his own. He was not subsidized by the government or by a company. He was all financing himself this crazy invention. We have also some electric cars. The first car was electric. The first Porsche was electric. So there is many crazy things with the systems also for housing, how to refresh buildings. Here you can see this is cartels that we are using in the timeline when we make a workshop. So this is something from India. We have also the KUS from India also that is able to refresh without electricity. It's really low tech to refresh the housing. So the project is also books translated also in Japanese and in English, where there is some researcher who write in it. Our last book is about wind farm. I mean, the small wind farm that is, many of them are forgotten. And we make a big place in this book to the artist Susumu Shingu, who dedicated his life to the wind and the wind machine. He's also making the wind museum in Japan. So yes, the idea is to also share this in English in the near future. Here you can see our tools. We make workshop with the timeline. We put this on the wall and we ask the people to work with us to exhumate their own knowledge, to put what they know and to also project in the future. So the idea of this workshop is also to write the future all together from 2020 to 2050, and to use this also with companies, with schools, with workshops, with territories. So this is part of the project to have this participating workshop. And to show you some examples, so we exhumate a lot of things to refreshing the buildings with low tech, I mean without electricity, and we are showing also projects that today is already using the old techniques. So, for example, you can see the Tour Montparnasse. This is a big building in Paris. It's now retrofitting by an agency that is really using the low tech to refresh the building without climatization, without electricity. So it's really a marvelous project. And we try to inspire also companies and building companies with this low-tech building. So here you can see the old Maison Feuillette in France. It was a straw ball building built in 1920, and now in Lausanne there is this building Eco 46. I was a part of this project. I was the interior designers, and I was also working on energy data logging for these buildings. And this is in Lausanne, Switzerland, and it's a total straw building for the city of Lausanne. In air transportation, there is also something that is coming back. It is the air transportation. Here you can see really old system, and there is many companies that is rehabilitating this transportation. In hydrogen also there is this direct combustion system that is also coming back. There is some hydrogen companies that is not only using fuel cell but direct combustion to run engine, and the idea is to retrofit, to use this old machine, the old diesel machine, then you can use as a hydrogen machine. So it's retrofitting the system. And there is this nickel iron batteries from Edison. Also, this is a really old idea that is now retrofitted by the technical University of Delft, the Delft Institute of Technology. That is really interesting. And one of the gold nuggets that we exhumated is this system for recharging non-rechargeable batteries. As you know, there is a single-use batteries, alkaline, and it's written on it, do not recharge. And we exhumate a patent from the 70s from Carl Kordesh. And Carl Kordesh is one of the electrochemists who invents the alkaline single-use battery in the 50s. So we take back his patent and we reprototype as Regen Box. So it's a DIY kit that we have that we share with a lot of engineering school, fab labs, makers, and we demonstrate that it's possible. It works on the modern alkaline batteries. Also in India, we have a contact with Julien Banat that is trying to diffuse the project in India, and it works on the modern alkaline batteries. You can recharge alkaline batteries. The secret is only micropulse of electricity. It's a slow charging system. It takes a bit more of time to recharge, but it's possible. Then it's a good way to fight against electronic waste, and also it's really expensive energy inside a small alkaline battery. You pay a lot. The price of energy is really high, and so because we see that the people is throw away brand new batteries, we also work on the terminal to sort the batteries and to also recharge the alkaline batteries. So it's today this project is also a startup. So we will try to give a second life to this old idea. So what is what we learn from that is that energetic transition is possible because it's already there. It's already in the public domain. And this is writing an ecological future, a possible future, a positive narrative, because what we see around us is eco-anxiety, is denial, is that people say, no, it's not possible. The issue is too big. The task is too high. And what we try to push is that it's possible. So also we call the art to help the science to create new narratives. So we work also with aerosol community to take this aerosolar balloon, to take this idea that is possible to flight to flight without combustion, and perhaps to also take new narrative about the plane and the shipping company. And of course there is this printing newspaper that we are performing. It's an old idea that we are re-performing today in the street, or we are performing in different places. We are melting metal with solar energy. that was an idea from Leonardo Vinci that we are remaking, reprocessing. We are today thinking about, we are talking with ceramic people and glass melting people, because in Europe there is this energy crisis, and perhaps this artist will be not able to pay anymore the bill of electric or gas oven. So we are trying to perhaps push the idea that we can use the solar energy to melt and to cook ceramics and to melt glasses and metals for the art. Here you can see we was exhibiting in the Centre Pompidou in Paris, inside the collection. We was also using this, we use a virtual reality system. We can pop up some old invention. The idea is to take the ghost out of the cave, to take back the memory of these forgotten people, forgotten inventors, forgotten pioneers. So we also are making a virtual museum, so to share this with the people over the world. So we are remodeling these old ideas. We are making these posters. This is our street art project. We put this in the street, and you have QR code, and then the people, they can have access to the museum, to the timeline, to audio, and to also to pop up the 3D modeling of this invention. Here you can see in the 13th district our office. It's really a place for street art. It's the famous place in Paris for street art in this time. So we are also playing with this and addressing street art with this issue of climate change and invention. And of course, we want to make a real museum inside containers, a small one, because we are collecting also archive old batteries system to have proof to show to the people that there is machine. We can perhaps retrofit, we can re-innovate on old ideas. Here you can see a really old battery that is really low tech. The idea is also to exhumate the low tech and to talk about resources and materials. And just to finish, I will show you the last installation we have done for the Engadin Art Talks in Switzerland. It was last week, and we use our pioneers. Here you can see Augustin Mouchot and Maria Telkes. Maria Telkes was doing solar architecture in the 30s in United States. Augustin Mouchot was making this solar concentrator system a long time ago. And we have this installation in the chapel. So the idea is to make these people, these forgotten inventors, forgotten pioneers, as holy people. The idea is to have their memory for a long time, to not forget it again, to try to call this ghost to help us for the energetic transition. So perhaps here you can hear the voices. It's a part of the installation. It's called Voices of Retrotech and No-Tech. On the right, you can see Paul McCready, that was one of the first inventors to make a solar airplane and bicycle powered also. And on the left, you can see Carl Kordesh, who is the inventor of this alkaline battery recharging system. So thank you for your attention. And of course, I invite you to join this circular economy of knowledge and to participate, to share it with your perhaps a neighbor, with your grandmother, with your students. And thank you for your attention.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. So thank you so much, Cedric. That was indeed quite exciting to see how you are actually taking old ideas and sort of retrofitting them into a more contemporary world for a future that we are trying to imagine. The next speaker is Uriel Ollo. He is based both in London and Lisbon. He's a reader at the University of Westminster. And incidentally, he is also an artist who is showcasing his work at the Biennale at Kochi itself. Uriel.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm really happy to join you. I have fond memories of being in Kochi in December. I wish I could be there now. Yeah, I'm talking to you from Europe, and I've prepared something which is, I suppose, a sort of journey or walk with weeds and soil. And weeds will not just be the backdrop of this journey, but they will also be our guides. And I guess we will travel through space and time. I'm just going to start this. A few years ago, I took a stroll through Aubervilliers, a neighborhood just north of Paris. I was walking with a friend who knows a lot about plants, and to my amazement, we came across more than a dozen edible plants growing as weeds on the sidewalks, in cracks of walls, along busy avenues, and in empty lots that were waiting to be redeveloped. This surprised me and stoked my interest. I was in a zone marked by an industrial past of factories and warehouses servicing Paris. So how did these edible weeds get there? I didn't yet know that a lot of weeds are in fact edible, but more on that a bit later. Were these weeds remnants from another era, survivors, plant ghosts from another time, haunting the pavements, lingering in the present? Eventually, I began to dig a bit deeper into the local soil, which actually turns out not to be as local as I thought. The agricultural history of Paris is extremely interesting. Since the 14th century, market gardeners established themselves along the marshy lands of one of its canals in what is today the Marais neighborhood in central Paris. There, they were doing agriculture on very small parcels of land behind their houses. They turned unwanted horse manure from all over the city into valuable soil to produce edible greens all year round. The heat produced by the microorganisms in the manure allowed them to grow seedlings as early as March. So over the years, the market gardeners turned millions of tons of stable horse manure from the city's transportation service into soil and salads. In the mid-19th century, however, Haussmann, the big city planner, was transforming Paris into a modern city with large avenues and big buildings for the new bourgeois classes. This forced out the market gardeners living in the center of the city. Having built up their soil over so many years, you can imagine when they were evicted from the city center, they wanted to take their valuable soil with them. They decided to settle north of Paris, in and around the suburb of Aubervilliers, and actually walk their soil there in carts. They also developed special varieties of certain vegetables. For example, a local variety of onion called jaune paille de vertu, which has ended up being produced all over the world. But by the 1900s, bucolic life in the Parisian suburb had also begun to change drastically. With the advancements of industrialization, this form of local agriculture was already beginning to make way for the developing industries. Factories were being built and workers brought in, and the market gardeners, one by one, shut up shop. I found the last remaining farmhouse in Aubervilliers, also closed. However, other survivors of Aubervilliers' agricultural past take the form of wild-growing plants, weeds, that escaped the field, established themselves in the streets, and got mixed up with new arrivals, brought in by the migrant workers, who often traveled with their favorite plants from back home. Not many people paid attention to these survivors, these living, growing memories of the recent past. One of the rare enthusiasts of these colonizers of the gutters, sidewalk, walls and roofs was Paul Chauvet, a young working-class natural history student who supported himself by working as a teacher. In 1915, at the age of 19, he was appointed to work in the northern suburb of Paris, and in 1920 ended up at a boys' school in Aubervilliers. He wrote in his diary, "In Aubervilliers, during break, lunchtime in particular, I would make my way into a wasteland between the pool and the Canal Saint-Denis, where I ended up finding a number of peculiar plants, and, looking closely through the flora, I came to understand that one of them was the alpha. And then there were plants from other countries, which eventually became the object of my first botanical love. Would you mind switching the sound up? Using the microphone.
Okay, everyone, I think lower the sound and cut it off.
You can't mute the microphone?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, can you mute the microphone on the computer? Because I can't hear myself. Okay, doesn't matter. He went out daily, scanning every gap in the pavement, every crack in a wall, and like a detective, knew that most significant discoveries could turn out to hold a precious piece of information, a glimpse of the past, or a bridge to another country. He collected on his daily walks weeds from the pavements and carefully pressed them between sheets of the daily newspapers. Over the years, he amassed an enormous collection of weeds, amounting to some 60,000 samples. Eventually, he was appointed as a botanist at the Museum of Natural History in Paris, where he thought to have his interest in spontaneous wild weeds recognized as a research subject. His singular microscopic focus on local flora at the time when most other botanists were keen to discover exotic species in faraway lands was promoting localism well ahead of its time. He said, "We don't need to travel far. There are many plants growing in the Parisian soil. You just need to search for weeds and then look for their country of origin." And so he became one of the pioneering weed space time travelers. He took no interest in cultivated plants, but in the margins of his botanical summaries, he made a lot of notes of the cultivated plants he found in the early 20s in Aubervilliers: barley, oat, rye, millet, sorghum, chickpeas, lentils, potatoes, flax seeds, mustard seeds, beets, onions, parsley, chard, and coriander. His description and herbarium sheets create an inventory of the area's declining agricultural system. He pairs fields with ruins, uncultivated fields with landfill, more fields with trash. From wasteland to wasteland, his herbarium's labels, much like the vegetation summaries that accompany them, insistently draw up a world of ruins, landfill, mud and leach fields, ballast, mixed materials and rubble. And within them, surviving against all odds, the spontaneous plants.
Bonjour. Je vais prendre ça avec. Oui, pardon. Merci. Bonne journée.
I began to follow and look for some of the plants in his diary entries almost 100 years later. On the 21st of October 1921, he went to the Museum of Natural History for the first time to register a plant he found. It was Gallinsoga parviflora, the gallant soldier or potato weed. Later, he published an article on it. I also found it on my walk through Aubervilliers almost 100 years later. The plant is from the daisy family from South America and was first brought from Peru to European botanical gardens, including the ones in Paris and a few gardens in London in the late 1800s. When it escaped into the wild in the British Isles, it became temporarily known as the field weed. In the wild, it often lived among cultivated plants, especially on the edges of fields. The botanists began to wonder about its widespread arrival. In the muddy northern Parisian fields, these well-adapted foreign species arrived in ditches and took refuge on field banks and after being chased out by the vegetable. However, the potato weed itself is edible. In Colombia, it is used as a spiced herb in the soup ajaco. It can also be used as an ingredient in leaf salads, and its subtle flavor is reminiscent of barbecues. In Eastern Africa, the plant is collected from the wild, and its leaves, stems, and flowers are eaten. On the 23rd of April 1924, Paul Jouvet described the landscape of the area around the Boulevard Félix Court. It contained everything: bits of plaster, broken glass, tiles, Linaria vulgaris, and he wrote, "They're very vertically anchored their pivots in the dregs." I also found Linaria vulgaris, the yellow throat black, and despite its reputation as a reed, like the dandelion, this plant has been used in folk medicine for a variety of ailments. A tea made from the leaves used to be taken as a laxative and a diuretic, as well as for jaundice, dropsy, and enteritis. Also, a tea made in milk instead of water can be used as an insecticide. Walking in 1926 along the remains of gardens, Paul Jouvet noticed one single Lycium barbarum on the edge of the main boulevard, and I found it too. Lycium barbarum, or wolfberry, is a hedge plant whose double life illustrates the slow shifting and intermingling cultural landscape of food, horticulture, and colonial expansion. Native to Asia, it was first introduced into the UK in the 18th century by Archibald Campbell, an enthusiastic gardener and the third Duke of Argyll. From here on, its sprawling bush has grown wild in hedgerows across Europe. For a long time, the berries were considered poisonous. As a result, wolfsberry fruit were not considered edible until the very recent introduction into health food shops as a much awaited superfood goji berries. It's true, goji berries have a long distinguished history in traditional Chinese food, from being used to improve vision, cure infertility, and dry cough, to loftier claims of extending longevity. So when goji berries were introduced in Europe, they were actually already there for a long time. Many found it hard to believe that wolfberry, which is considered an invasive weed, is the source of goji berries, hyped as a superfood because the berries are full of vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. Many of the weeds are non-native species from faraway countries, settling in turned-up soil, unstable environments, somehow resisting human interference and constraint. And they talk about past colonial histories. On a sidewalk, I found alfalfa, also called lucerne. It has been cultivated as an important forage crop in many countries around the world and is used for grazing, hay, as well as green manure and cover crop. It has been cultivated as livestock fodder since at least the era of the ancient Greeks and Romans, and alfalfa is famous for escaping the fields and finding new niches, including the city. As you can see, the plant superficially resembles clover. I also found market vegetables growing wild in ditches and on the sides of roads. These lettuces and tomatoes may have escaped from the workers' gardens nearby. Separated from a more agrarian life in hundreds, were often malnourished. So, in the few remaining patches of land, workers' gardens were set up for them to grow their own food. This would also give them something to do in their free time after the work in the factories. The workers' gardens are still there, but are now threatened by an urban gentrification project. Ironically, the urban development is supposed to be an eco-village that completely removes the garden. And this brings us to the end of this walk. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurel. That brings us to the end of all the presentations, and I'll take the privilege of being the moderator to begin a short Q&A session. And may I, when Amitav Ghosh, the author, wrote The Great Derangement and his musings on this big issue of climate change, one of the things which he exhorted sort of through his book was that why is it that in order to create a new narrative, you have to tell a new story, and why is it that authors and writers and artists were not engaging enough with that subject? But I think that was some years ago. And as we can see from all the 5 presentations today, that there is a serious engagement going on. My question, since we have all 5, 6 of you here, would be more personal, and that is, why do this through art? And what is it that in your practice you have tried to achieve and do? Because we're dealing with a lot of scientific and technical knowledge and understanding, and yet the mode of expression and practice is through art. So this art-science interface and this hyphenation, how have you personally dealt with it? What have been the challenges? And what have been the new possibilities that it creates for audiences to better appreciate and probably head towards this new story in this transition that we are talking about? So maybe I'd like Cedric to address that first, because he's dealing with a subject that is very scientific and technical, but yet it touches our lives, and we are all the consumers and the users, and we make a big impact. So if Cedric could briefly address that question of how does he do it as an artist, and whether there are any personal moments in your own practice and life that brought you to this point and your practice today.
Yes. I think the first point is that I can say, but do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, by chance, or I realized 20 years ago also by meeting people from the GIEC, the famous climatologist Martin Rebeter, who told me that we are facing a climate catastrophe. Make me thinking, okay, I'm an artist, I'm a designer. So what can I do? Do I continue to make chairs and exhibition and art pieces on the wall? But while I'm knowing that we are facing a catastrophe, so it's not possible. So for me, I just quit my hat of artist, and I decide to make collective activism project. Of course, using art and design, that is what I know, that is what I love to do in my everyday life. So I mean, it's a question of facing yourself in a mirror. So what are we sharing today? Do we have to share just that is everything is okay? There is problems, but they are far away. No, we are facing crisis today. Biodiversity crisis, soil crisis, even in France, energy crisis. So we are facing like millions of people soon on the road to quit their own country. So we are facing so big issue that for me it's not possible to just make aesthetical projects. And I think the first step is to understand, to understand and to be honest with the situation, and then after that we can talk about arts. But what we do is more an activism project than just a gallery project for selling something, you know. I don't know if I am clear, but I'm really honest with this, and I want to shake the banana trees of the art sector. Really, like, move your ass, because we are all in the same planet.
Thanks, Cedric. Aurel, you have exhibited at Kochi before, and again, the same question to you. What's the role of the artist in general, and particularly you personally? What motivates you or makes you do what you do?
I suppose, yes, maybe some similar sort of aspects that Cedric already touched on. I think as artists, we have a responsibility like everyone else. We have a specific job, which is to do with finding images, representations of the world, engaging with the world. Art has always somehow been a mirror to the world. Maybe finding also new possibilities of imagining futures, but also remembering the past. So this is kind of what I wanted to do with this talk, to think about agricultural histories and practices and weeds and edible weeds and things like this that maybe we need to reconnect with. For my project in the Kochi Biennale, which is at Aspinwall House, I actually sort of also actively engage with the question of climate change, and I sort of connect research that is going on in the Swiss Alps and in the Himalayas about plants that change their elevational range, their altitude because of climate change, because the climate is warming even faster at higher altitudes. The changes there happen faster, and plants have basically new habitats and are sort of walking up, as it were. And I'm trying to think about this, and I think as an artist, I'm not just illustrating the research, but I'm engaging with it. We went on an expedition. I'm making it visible. I'm allowing people to engage with these questions and with this research that otherwise is published in academic journals. So yeah, I think my role is finding images, finding representations, and these need to be responsive and responsible to the times and urgencies that we live in.
Thanks, Oriel. Tina and Neil, since both of you are also in formal academia, what are these challenges that you face when it comes to trying to make this breakthrough between very siloed disciplines and a new way of thinking, which I think one could see that in that little 10-minute video that you showed us. If you can talk us through that work itself, and what were you attempting to do there, and what are the challenges you faced between formal academia, art and artists and their role, and this art-science interface?
Yep. Hello. I think in that film, as Tina mentioned at the beginning, we were kind of working around this idea of scientific objectivity, which is a subject that's been described really well by Peter Gallison and Lorraine Daston. And this notion that, well, this idea the artist was the first tool of the scientist, making these representational images of nature that then became taxonomized, but actually were often agglomerations of different. So you might take a weed and you take 10 samples and you make a perfect image of it. You make it become symmetrical where it was asymmetrical, where it had defects. And this is kind of that initial kind of transition from the world that was to the world that kind of science classified, taxonomized. So we're sort of digging into that. And then it's gone through these different modes, mechanical objectivity, and now trained objectivity, and now you have machine intelligence. There's a kind of divorcing of ourselves from nature through science as well. So part of our role, I think, in the academic context is to help scientists understand what they can't see anymore. Because I think specialization and disciplinary silos we all know about mean that scientists have been contained, but are now working across disciplines in ways that they haven't done before. But it doesn't mean that they have the tools to be able to think in the ways maybe that that artists do. So in that film, what you saw was a little bit like the plants, moths disappearing in the UK, new moths appearing in Holland due to climate change and polar migration, so the hummingbird moth, and then weaving together the idea of the artist's rendition. Do you want to talk about?
I think also it's very important to understand that we as humans never really learn. As Neil has just pointed out, 18th century, 5 or 6 drawings may have been amalgamated to make one. It wasn't real then, and it's not real now. However, we are all engaging in artificial intelligence now, which is also collating information from many different images and giving us one that we are supposed to believe. Our job is to draw attention to the reality of what it is we're actually seeing, what we're experiencing. We too are humans. We live this life. We are part of it. We have a moral obligation to engage in culture that allows us the license to articulate sentences that are challenging and difficult. Scientists deliver empirical knowledge to us. We can, in an exciting, inclusive and engaging way, bring people with us on this journey to ask questions, to understand things in a way that are not just delivered knowledge. We live in an age where we believe our telephones, we believe what we're looking at, we don't question. Our job is to ask people to question, especially in education. Our job is to give our students, the people we speak to, confidence to ask the questions, to ask the difficult questions, not to accept.
You know, in at least in this part, South Asia, even maybe China, East Asia, other societies, in academia, we still struggle, like as an art and design institute, we struggle to get people to even engage between, say, a very scientific, technical, academic space versus artistic and humanities, and it's still a struggle. What's your experience been in Europe, in academia, in this crossover and being interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary? Because your work lies at that very intersection.
Yeah, ongoing project. But I mean, it's within and across institutions in Europe, I would say it's varied depending on how people work together. You know, the machinations or the kind of process of working with other people is one that I think you found in your project, actually, in the Critical Zones project, which is where you share a common passion. So, for example, we're kind of really in that piece of work trying to highlight there are 2 unfolding catastrophes, as we would say it, which one is climate change and the other is biodiversity loss. And they are interlinked, but they have separate COPs. So they come up with their own statements and positions. And one overshadows the other. And there are lots of, there's a brilliant academic called Kaushik Sundarajan. I don't know if you know his work, but he looks at science technology studies, particularly in India. But he talks about messy scalar narratives, entangled and enmeshed, messy problems. And those are the spaces that all disciplines can get involved in. And I think because they can't be solved by one discipline alone. So those are the kinds of entanglements that are productive.
Thanks for that lead, Cedric. Vasanthi, as a person who sort of critiques and looks at art, what are your thoughts about the role that an artistic approach, what's its value, or what's the advantage as opposed to other conventional academic ways of approaching why art for these problems?
So to begin with, I must say I'm more a theoretician, and critical theory is what I do. But my passion is in this constantly exploring concepts, and concepts that have been like forgotten, repressed, and that needs to be other alternatives, because most of the time, especially when we are dealing with students, they think they have what they have is a truth to kind of things. And so there's that kind of a urgency to sometimes to make them think critically about things. So for me, as much as I am working more with concepts and ideas, because there are many forms and many concepts, but we are kind of, for some reason or the other, only some things dominate and are, flourishing basically. But we have not explored the limitless horizons of these other concepts that could make so many changes, I think. And I'm not doing only concept for the concept's sake also. So artwork and film particularly have been where I have located my, the paradigms kind of make me interpret and theorize about the work itself. And finally, I think I like working with students where I can challenge them and surprise and shock them into thinking. And I think sometimes it may be not very easy for them, but I think they appreciate at the end of it. So I'd like that kind of work.
So questions from the audience, I can, there is a mic that is going around. Yes, hi Ravi. There.
Thanks for a great panel. Just dwelling on the question you asked about art and science, which I think is the subject of at least a 2-day seminar, because it hides many questions within that. Firstly, what is art? Who's an artist? What are the boundaries of science? Why do we place science as the empirical way of knowing something? The histories to science as well. So I think, and the third term is the idea of extradisciplinary. Is everything, all knowledge, the way we know the world, bound in disciplines, or there's something outside of that binding also? So I think limiting ourselves to the idea of academia and science as the way we know the world is also the lock we need to get out of. I really believe that if we were in that lock with work, why would we in a climate change crisis today? So I think there are some inherent inconsistencies in the way the world functions, in the way people function with the world. And I think that is often not talked about, is that though nature is out there as something which you can define a certain kind of laws in a certain paradigm, because they're not absolute either. We can't define them in absolute terms, except through our own perceptions and our own sensibilities, our senses. But there is also our relationship to that. So a community living in the Sundarbans has a different relationship, which we completely deny of what that relationship is and what that action towards the world, not human, more than human or non-human world is. I think those relationships have defined how nature has been homogenized and then mobilized for a particular kind of capitalist world we are. So I think the question of art and science is much more important than to be only limited to the existing pedagogies of what might the disciplines bring. Need to be thought of more fundamentally.
Anybody else in the audience would like to ask a question to a specific speaker or in general to all of us? Yes. There.
It's basically not a question, but maybe an observation. What we all are constantly working across the globe, because the soil assembly proves that we are at least some of us or more of us are thinking alike. It boosts our confidence also. So my observation in this process is that today at art schools or normal good alternative schools, we have been thinking of introducing pottery or weaving, something like hand skills, basic skills, as we call as hands-on work and things like that. But still, what I observe is that there is some kind of an hesitation to introduce something like growing food or thinking about food. And this is something I'm little worried about also in a way when we try, because there is this thing about differentiating with something called livelihood project or an art project. So I don't know where this, of course, a lot of artists are like us, we are living out of art. We don't call art as a livelihood project, but why when it comes about farming or talk about food is that why is this that we are shying away in regard this? So it's an open question, and of course we have everyone gets our term in our sessions, but I'm not on that kind of a panel, so I just want to make this observation.
Maybe I can take that comment to Oriel, because your work is very much about the urban and what you have observed in terms of urban agriculture, food, migration of plants, people into a specific urban space, and your work looks at that very critically. Maybe you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. We need to do more urban agriculture. And actually, my work has been interested in this quite a bit. In the Kathmandu Triennale last year, I created a garden with local collaborators, thinking about what happens in the Kathmandu Valley, which is one of the fastest urbanizing places in the world, and a lot of agricultural land that is almost part of the city is being redeveloped, and especially also roads threaten the mustard fields, which were traditionally grown there to produce local mustard oil, and that in turn threatens the mustard mills, the collective mustard mill system. So I was kind of thinking about these questions, and rather than just producing a work about it, we actually produced a garden and brought the mustard seeds sort of into the exhibition venue, into the outside space of the exhibition venue, and created a field there. So yes, I think I think agricultural activities should not be seen as something separate from educational activity or even artistic activity. And I've made a number of gardens as part of my work. And I think also there are now initiatives on several campuses, university campuses in the UK, where sort of allotments and gardens are also being brought back for a kind of engagement with the more than human. And in fact, I would go further, and I've been thinking quite a bit around this notion of vegetal pedagogies and how we can learn with plants, and not just kind of sort of teach about plants, but learn with them. So I would say it's essential to bring that in.
In fact, we have Vivek in the audience. Vivek, you yourself are both artist and now farmer. How are you? And you are practicing it, and you are experimenting it live in a patch of land up there in the hills in Munnar.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. No, we are working on a food forest, which is like trying to learn a lot from the forest and using those principles, trying to create an edible landscape. So one of the reasons is like when we started hearing about farmer suicides 20 years ago, that was probably the first bioindicator of this climate change. So that time only the scientists and a few activists were talking about it. But we knew, I mean, we had the information from so many other farmer I mean, like agricultural philosophers like Masanobu Fukuoka, Zeb Holzer, and all these, and the permaculture people from Australia, Bill Mollison and David Holmgreen. So for me, the interesting thing was about David Holmgreen was a designer, and his design intervention in this farming practices. So during a time of a catastrophe, like yes, we can point at the catastrophe itself, but we also need to adapt and do something about it. So this edible landscaping came out from this kind of deep adaptation, if you want, you can say that. Yeah.
So yes, we have to be both resilient and adaptive, and I think that may need action. And we may not have all the answers, but we can certainly act and start experimenting, which artists are good at. In terms of time, are we over with time? Aimata, how are we doing? We've got a few minutes more. Okay, good. Any other questions, or I use moderator privilege to ask a question? Okay. This question is to Cedric. Cedric, what was fascinating about what you presented was digging into the past, old ideas, people working, heroes of the past are relevant for us today very physically. It manifests itself in the very technology that they created, and you are now reusing, retrofitting, transforming it into something more contemporary. How are you going about doing that? And what is it about archives and memory and past? And you showed that in your work. Can you tell us a little about this thing of digging into the past?
Yes, thank you for the question. What we can see is that the future will be with less resources, alternative flux. There is not water always. There is not summertime always. The agriculture is not easy to maintain, and it makes a mirror to what was the situation 100 years ago or 200-300 years ago. We have not much energy, we have not much resources, we have not much access to water and sanitation and stuff, and the future will be the same. So it's like really a mirror. So we can learn a lot from the past situation to adapt and to find systems for adaptation. So this is the vision. The future is already there in the past, and what we discover is that we discover a lot into a water system, agricultural system, and network of scientists in France working on water was asking us 2 or 3 years ago. So we need the same project that you have done in the energy for the water, because we need a tool to dialogue, to make a dialogue between university, researcher, politics, governance, citizen, teachers, young, and students. We have to have a picture that we share. If we don't talk the same language, we are not able to find the way to go. So I think art and design thinking is also a big tool to talk in the world. We make this timeline in the world, and this is the situation. This is the solution out there. And then what we take for the future, and then we can write the future all together. So my point of view is that we have to valorize our heritage, and also population that is already resilient, indigenous people that have knowledge. We have to take this knowledge to put this on the table, because what we see is that technology will not be the solution. The revolution will be not with the television, will be not with the big communication system. Of course, we have to use it a lot. We have to use it quick, but heritage and cultural knowledge have to be put in the middle of the table, and we have to valorize this. There is this in the in the COP. The COP, there is these people talking and defending indigenous knowledge, because they have the knowledge to be resilient already. So of course we can use technology to have solar housing, to have a water system, to have a resilient technologies. But we also have to teach a lot. We have to learn a lot from the ancients and from the people that are today in India, in Africa, in South America, in Asia, who are already resilient. And we have to meet these people, this high-level society and already resilient people, and to valorize what they are already doing.
Thank you for that, Cedric. Any other questions from the floor? We've got a couple of minutes left. Okay, so I take this opportunity to close this session. Thank you to Cedric, Oriel, Tina, Neil, Vasanti for having given us enough food for that thought. Sorry. Food outside? Meena, you have to make an announcement about food.
Can you hear me? Yeah, just we are going to all be outside, some meet and greet. We'll have some tea and coffee and some vadas. I think so. That's it. Yeah, we'll come out and then we'll come back after an hour. Yes. Thank you very much, Uriel. Cedric.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will have the tea for you also. Yes. And thank you all. So we'll come back after an hour.
Thanks, everyone. Off we go for tea.
Westminster University Ecological Futurism, and the second session is about soil ecologies. And to moderate that discussion, so all the participants are going to be online. There will be question and answer after each. And the session will be moderated by Elisabetta Ratalino. Elisabetta is Italian. She's an art historian, educator, and curator. Her research engages with artistic practices and visual cultures from 1945 to the present day, with a focus on rural environment and landscapes. Since 2010, she has been collaborating with socially engaged artists and art organizations in both Italy, the BAU in Bolzano, the Città dell'Arte e Fondazione Pistoletto in Biella, and Scotland, the Devon Projects. And honestly, currently she's an adjunct lecturer and a postdoctoral research fellow in the Faculty of Design and Art at the Free University of Bolzano, in Italy. Elisabetta, welcome, and I'll let you introduce our participant. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, evening, afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the second session of the Soil Assembly. My name, as everyone mentioned, is Elisabetta Rattalino, and it is really a great honor for me to be here in Kochi, to be here under this beautiful canopy and in this incredible building. For this, actually, I would like to thank a lot the curators of the Soil Assembly, Srishti Manipal Institute, but also the Italian Cultural Center in Mumbai, and specifically Francesca Mendola for making it possible. So the first panel, for those of you who were here, presented arts and design practices at the interface of science and their possible potential contribution to the challenges of the Anthropocene. The second panel, titled Soil Ecology, includes artistic intervention that engage with soil as a living matter at the center of complex ecologies in both urban areas and rural areas, outside and within the wide cube of galleries. They embrace ecological entanglements of modern human relations as companion to experiment with and think through our human symbiotic coexistence with diverse species that is the foundation of all life. In this panel, we'll hear, for instance, about artistic intervention that practice modern human socialities and that perform community-based do-it-yourself scientific practices to foster new ecologies above and below the ground. About works that mobilize established cultural hierarchies around the vegetal kingdom and establish understanding of the biosphere, and also long-term artistic commitments to learn from informal agrarian knowledges. Specifically, we hear from Malte Larsson from the collective disnovation.org, Anne-Laure Francais, and Dharmendra Prasad. Despite the difference, I believe that these works foster possibilities of unburdening ourselves from the anthropocentric cultural baggage that we carry and that hinders our possibility to conceive original relationship with nature and the land, and also to envision possible actions to face the current situation and crisis. So before I introduce the first speaker, let me provide you with a few housekeeping suggestions. So unlike the previous session, we'll take questions after each presentation. For this reason, simply because all guests will join in remotely. And after the full presentation, all presenters will join in a roundtable discussion. And I will invite Maya Minders and Shishti faculty Arnab Bazu to join me for that part. Okay. So I'm here now introducing to you all Malte Larsson, a German artist and biohacker working as part of wider interdisciplinary community of practice. I believe he will talk about the Maya Forest Community Project, which consists of scientists, artists, mushroom growers, do-it-yourselfers, and passionate explorers of the microbial world. The members of this group we'll hear about are gardeners of life. The organisms they work with are the seeds, and the breeding grounds of fertile soil are the open laboratories around the globe. They develop biological, computational, and social technologies and make them available to all. So Malte, I leave you the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this introduction. Yeah, I prepared today a short presentation, and I'll set my timer now to stay in time. And yeah, I hope I can give you an overview, and therefore I prepared this presentation here that I hope everyone can see now. Yeah, I will present or represent two associations or societies. The Mia Society for the Tiny Forest Movement or Miyawaki Method, and the Society for Microbiomics. And I will start with introducing the team. So I'm part of both projects. And in Microbiomic, we have Julian, the founder, Aquila, Alicia, and Leo. And the Mia Society consists of Lucas, Uli, Stefan, Tabea, and I'm in between both of those societies. And yeah, it's really like a big family. So there's a lot of very engaged people involved that are doing work out of passion, I would say. And to give you an idea what Mia is doing, we plant tiny or super tiny but super biodiverse forests in urban landscapes, and there is a lot of benefits and reasons why we do this. So on the first hand, it is really biodiverse, so we're picking at least 36 to 40 different species that are from the local environment. So trees, shrubs, but also ground cover plants. And the idea is to do this with children, with community members, with politicians, with people from all over the society. So it's always a community planting action. And the idea is to engage people in the planting, to give them a relationship to their local environment and also to care about it. And it really serves as a biodiversity hotspot. So the idea is that the plants can spread from there and reconquer urban landscapes. And it's definitely very attractive to wildlife. Up to a certain canopy cover, it really becomes a habitat. And the big idea is actually that if you plant enough tiny forests or generally increase the forest cover in urban areas, it can really reduce the heat island effect in extreme weather conditions, as we experienced in the last couple of years, and that we will certainly experience more in the future. And so the idea is really to green the cities. And also, last but not least, it's also encouraging the soil life, which is always the unseen world under our feet. And to give you an idea of how such a forest planting action takes place, so there's the site assessment. You really need to understand, like, okay, where am I planting what, to then select the right trees for the site. You need to do a soil analysis. So are there any contaminants? Like, how do we prepare the soil in the right way? And then the actual soil preparation takes place. And the Miyawaki method always contains this soil preparations where you really try to give the plants a head start. So you kind of loosening the soil, and you also enrich it with carbon and nitrogen materials that you work in. And then you have the planting, mostly with children, or, as I said, community members. So it's always like a very colorful planting day that we do. And then, of course, there's also watering and taking care of the plants afterwards. And we planted so far a lot of forests over Germany, also in Poland already. And I recently joined the project. So there's like a 2-year history now of planting, and it's insane, like how much positive feedback the project is getting. And there are actually more projects than we could ever do. And but what really keeps us driving is like this big vision. So on one hand, the planting is definitely a lot of fun, but it's really about like greening the cities. So the idea is to bring a lot of green into the cities, because concrete and the whole way that cities are built, they actually trap the heat, and it's just very, very stressful for people to live there. And it's actually scientifically proven and very well researched that in areas with a lot of green in the city, you get way lesser problems with people who suffer from the heat. And of course, there's a lot of side benefits of, like, for example, the water retention and so on and so forth. And this is how such a tiny forest looks like after a couple of years. And you can see that it's very diverse. You have also mushrooms in there. And as a comparison to the height, so this one is 1.5 years old. So it's actually growing quite fast, and this is due to the competition inside this very confined space. And the next thing I would like to introduce you, and it's very much going into the work of Mia as well, microbiomic. And
the idea of microbiomic is really, I'll quickly read it to you. We're an association for the promotion of intrinsic curiosity and participation in science. So the idea is really to inspire and encourage to do things yourself. And the whole thing is really about the invisible creatures. So from bacteria to worms to so many organisms. And we do this via workshops, via research projects, via presentations, and here you can see a selection of some projects. So there's like mushroom growing projects. We explore the soil life and the soil food web in presentations, but also we do workshops with microscopes, so you can really experience the soil life yourself and dive into it and just get a better understanding. And we also did a lot of projects with a specific composting technique that I will explain a little bit further in a second. And another thing that we did is a demand for people to stay in touch and to learn from one another, and finding like-minded people that want to share and kind of create the future that we all need, like to take things in their own hands and not just passively observe, but actively work on solutions. And we organized a lot of meetups in the past, digital meetups during the pandemic time, but also a lot of hands-on long days, or you can even say like small festivals of learning. The pictures you can see here are from Hamburg, and this is the Chaos Community Lab in Hamburg. But there's a lot of laboratories actually involved in the whole movement or community. So there's like hubs all over Germany, and already it's spreading out further. So we have people from all over the world actually in the group already. And there's a lot of places associated where events are shared, new meetups are organized, and it's a very, very interesting, very, very encouraging vibe that we have in the group, and really love that. And I would like to introduce the topic, actually, the next topic, with this picture to you. So you might ask yourself, what is this? And it is actually a drawing of worm poop from Darwin's book, The Formation of Vegetable Mold Through the Action of Worms. And I chose this example because Darwin, after publishing his theory about evolution, he went into another topic, the topic of worms and the activity and role of worms, and he really put a lot of effort into this and researched described his theories and published them a year before he died. And by the time he did it, a lot of people really made fun of him. So there's this caricature here where you can see that man is but a worm. So the evolution from the worm to apes, humans, and Darwin himself. And there's actually a pretty good example of what we experience nowadays, because we kind of have like a positive relationship to worms, but there's so many more organisms living in the soil that are part of the soil microbiome. So it is really myriads of different organisms, from worms to mites to bacteria, viruses, arthropods, you name it. And I think we're at a time where we realize the importance of all those organisms and the interconnection and the associations that we see in between them, and how important they actually are for healthy plants. So in the end, it's always connected to, of course, to us humans and how well we can nutrate ourselves, but also how we can take care of the environment. And yeah, it's very nice to focus our attention on this, because what we did so far, we found out a few years ago about the Johnson-Su composting, and it's a composting system, but it's different to conventional composting. It is a fungal-based composting system, and it is a no-turn system. So the idea is really that you design a bioreactor that supplies a lot of air to the composting process itself, and you don't have to turn it, you don't have to do anything but keep it at the right moisture level. So you have to water it from time to time, so there's an irrigation system, and supply it with enough oxygen. And if you do that, you can actually cultivate a fungal-rich compost that can serve as an inoculant to restore the soil life. And the idea is really to not use it as kind of like a compost, but it's really an inoculant. So you produce it to generate or to make a healthy soil microbiome. And it's part of a bigger method called BEAM. So it's part of the regenerative agriculture range, the range of methods in regenerative agricultures. And during my last job, I actually redesigned the system a little bit and scaled it a little bit up, because in my last job, we had the problem that we had a lot of oak leaves, and I tried to find some fungi that can actually help in decomposing them, because the place where I worked, they paid a lot of money to dispose the oak leaves. And so I came up with this system and redesigned it a little bit, so it was fitting better into the whole logistics of the place. And I built this big system, and we produced a lot of this Johnson-Su compost, and we had mushrooms, and we had the worms and all the other organisms that we could observe under the microscope. But also what is like very, very interesting is the consistency of the finished product is it's really clay-like. So you can see on the big picture that you can actually squeeze it and it just stays in shape. And this is due to all the extradates from the soil, from the microbiome activity. So because it's a non-disturbed system, the mycelium and all the other organisms can actually spread, and they're not harmed, and they can really do their job, so to say. And that is a very important thing if you think about this method, that is undisturbed for at least a year or 1.5 years. And the results were that we gave the compost to a gardening project here in Berlin at Tempelhofer Feld, and the results were quite impressive. So the plants, they really loved this fungal-rich, fungal-dominated compost inoculant, and it was really not a lot that they gave into the beds, but as you can see on the picture, they said they never had such a good harvest, and that was actually very encouraging to see that it's working. Because there's a lot of claims online in the regenerative agriculture movement that this method is very beneficial and that it can boost yield. And there are pictures, I unfortunately cannot show them because of copyrights. But if you do some research, you will see there are people like holding up the non-treated plants and the treated plants that are with like large root systems, and just a very, very much bigger organic mass. And they claim that like this whole composting thing, the inoculant, is actually like the bacterial, the microbial mix is encouraging the plants to grow much better and to restore the soil function. And so our project aims now to really find sophisticated methods to determine the soil organic matter, to design new bioreactors that are more capable of being handled in the city environment, and just make it easier and improve the method by designing better bioreactors, and then really get in touch with practitioners to start analyzing like the application and the results on their farm, and also to use it in the MIA project and see, okay, how much can we boost the health of the plants? How can we make them more resilient? And another very important thing is that here in Germany, a lot of trees are suffering in the city environment from the heat, the drought. There's a lot of pests, so they really need nurturing. And one of the ideas also to apply it to existing trees to help them to really fight and get more resilient. To sum it up, so we have a couple of challenges. So we really want to have a scientific proof of this inoculant benefit. We want to make more of this compost extract and work with a lot of practitioners together. With MIA, we want to plant as many forests worldwide in cities as possible to make it to make the cities more climate resilient to heat waves and a lot of other challenges. And we want to improve the health of the current urban vegetation. And if you are interested in getting in touch either with the biopunk community, because you would like to learn more and join a biopunk meetup, or you want to organize a meetup yourself, you can find the link here. And I'm sure that the presentation will also be uploaded, so you can probably copy it later, but you can also take a screenshot now and go online on those QR codes. There's the microbiomic website if you're looking for workshops or you need any other kind of help in regards of soil. There's my website and also the MIA website. So if you want to learn more about the Miyawaki method, how it works, if you want to start your own project, or you might have a project site where you need assistance, you can always reach out to you can always reach out to miaforest.de. And in order for you to get some resources, if you want to dive deeper into the topic, I can really recommend Life in the Soil from Rillick Lab, to read the state of the knowledge of soil biodiversity from the FAO, and also a very interesting project about the soil microbiome and the activity of soil life is the Proof by Underpants project, which I can highly recommend to check out. So they basically dig panties and see at what side the panties decompose, how quickly, and then
some issues that are very interesting and we might want to discuss. So first of all, you started by introducing yourself as part of several societies. So one question could go in the direction of understanding how actually interdisciplinarity supports your work and the work of this society you are part of and these groups you are part of in fostering the possibility to create these new ecosystems in our cities today. Then you raise the issue of creating new ecosystem. You told us about the MIA projects that tries to create new ecosystems, which are also able to mobilize communities of people around the forest themselves, and are citizens-based and led kind of do-it-yourself science projects. And on top of this incredible composting initiative that you have started that seems to mobilize a series of new community around it and new ecologies. If there are no questions from the audience just now, I'm more than happy to ask myself one to start the conversation. Any questions, anyone? Yes, we have a question.
Hi, my name is Ian. I was just wondering how the animal or insect life in the cities you worked with have reacted to the new life that's present over there.
Well, we didn't observe it in a scientific way, so I cannot give you any scientific report or something about that. But I think if you think of wildlife, it's always about habitat, structures, and places where they're undisturbed. And as soon as you create something like this, and it's really important, to look at the species, because some species they're probably more prone to disruption, to I don't know, when there's a lot of noise, a lot of pollution or something like that. Of course, it's difficult for them. But I would say if you create those spaces, you will certainly have the wildlife. But we never observed it with cameras or anything, and we're still like a very small project, and it's still in the beginnings. But it would definitely be a very interesting field of research, probably a master thesis or something, to assess that with a deeper level of engagement and really collect some data on that. And it's definitely also very, very different around the globe. So if you do that in India, for example, I think it's probably, I would assume, way quicker, that you have more biodiversity and more wildlife coming in. Also very dependent probably on like where the forest is. If it's in the middle of New Delhi, it's probably different than if it's in the outskirts. So you always have to think in corridors as well, like how can wildlife migrate and go to those places. And I think if I would imagine like a city of the future, we would have like wildlife corridors, as we're speaking about in rural landscapes as well. We should have. Very good question.
Thank you.
Yes, we have another question.
Hi, I'm Pooja, and I saw the study that you did on. So I cook food, and I study about like how food systems, when they are very profit oriented, so people are focused on increasing the size of the produce, as you would see in the Americas, etc. But nutritional density and the flavor profile is not what is focused on. So when you did the study and you compared it with the compost that you used versus the untreated one, did you also study the nutrient density of the produce, or just the size of the produce, like different?
We didn't do that yet. We're still like also like a very small project, and I can like if you go to the presentation in the references with the literature, I think I linked a paper from the original website from Johnson Su to this onto this topic. But I can, if you write me a mail, I can actually send it to you, because I just read it.
I would, because that's the point where the two kind of food systems, traditional and modern, are aligning, wherein the size is also great. If the nutritional efficiency is also great, then this could be a future, like the compost this way, doing this way, could be like a future solution that you could people could look into. So yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean I agree in that sense that of course the nutritional value is very important, but of course we always need to figure out, okay, how can we keep the nutrients cycling? How can we ensure a good quality of food, but also of course do it in a way that we keep the ecosystem services intact.
Farmers to sell in markets as well.
Yeah. Write me a mail, and I'll try to forward it to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Vivek Vilasni. I just wanted to know whether you use wood vinegar and biochar and all in your processes.
Yeah, in the Miyawaki method, the biochar or terra preta, you might heard of that before.
Yeah.
It's this soil from the Amazon rainforest. They are originally used, and we also did it in the projects that we established so far. But there's also controversy about it. We just had an interview with the soil expert, and yeah, she was probably more on the contra side, because she said when you produce charcoal, it also produces wait, I need to translate it into English. Polyzyklische aromatische Kohlenwasserstoffe. So PC, no. Polycyclic carbon aromatic carbohydrates, yeah, something like that. Sorry, I cannot translate it perfectly, but there's like toxic substances generated, and she was arguing that it's not so beneficial for plant health or like the health of the organisms. But then there's like on the other side people who claim that the charcoal acts as a attractor to nutrients and to keep them in the soil. So I'm not a professional in that field, but we do use it in the plantings of Mia. In the composting system itself, we don't use it. But it's definitely something I would also like to dive deeper into and understand, like, okay, is it beneficial or not? And like with many things nowadays, there's so much information in the internet, and yeah, I think in the end, it's good to do some field trials and to see for yourself, maybe if you have the option. But did I answer your question correctly?
No, actually, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
We are doing these experiments with collecting wood vinegar, and then using
wood vinegar,
yeah.
Okay.
And using that as like a pesticide as well as a fertilizer, because the wood vinegar is drawn from the gases that are produced in the wood while we are pyrolyzing it. So up to, like, say 80 to 120 degrees, we're able to collect this wood vinegar. And after that, the gases, we are burning it. The gases are burning the firewood, the charcoal chamber. The gases that are coming from the charcoal chamber are going back into the burner and then burning the thing. So we are also saving on fuel while creating this biochar, which is made at around 750 degrees centigrade.
And you use it as a soil amendment?
Yeah. So because then we inoculate it with this microbes and fungi that we collect from the forest, and we multiply them like 1,000 folds. And we are using, like some of these Korean natural farming methods started by Cho Hang Kyu. So we're using some of his methods, and it is it's very interesting because the compost is made in the soil as we put into the mulch, putting the forest or microbes into the soil with the mulch, and using the wood vinegar as a.
Can you quickly explain me why is it called wood vinegar? Is it very acidic?
It is acidic to begin with. We dilute it to like 1:1,000 or something like that, like a few milliliters. I use like 5 milliliters to a liter.
Okay.
So.
And why do you use it exactly? Also, is it what is the benefit?
The benefit is a wood. See, the plant material has a lot of these chemicals that are supposed to deter pests and all that in the plant itself. So now when we are pyrolyzing it, we heat it to up to 750 degrees. So before that, in the early stages, the very early stages are not really good to condense and get the vinegar out of it. But after 80 to 120, we are safe. After that, there is more tar. Now the tar comes as a gas to begin with. So we burn that with it's a Miyazaki, it's on the net. I mean, like we found it from the net only. It's a Korean, no, it's a Japanese.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard of pyrolysis before. I've never heard of this wood vinegar. But if you have got some good resources, I would love to read something about it.
Yeah.
But as far as I can tell, I mean, this is from my university times when I learned about like soil and the physical conditions about soil. I mean, you always want to know like what the pH value of your soil is.
Yeah.
And of course, if it's too high, it always depends on like what kind of crop you want to grow, like, or what kind of vegetation you want, of course. But if you have a very alkalic soil, nutrients are associated to clay minerals, humus minerals, and they're kind of locked on them. And then if you lower the pH value, the nutrients are released. This is basically what plants are doing. They secrete the acids themselves. It's called organic acids. And with this strategy, they dissolve it out of these compartments. And maybe if you add this wood vinegar, I would say it probably releases nutrients into the Bodenlösung, so the soil water. I don't know if that is the right translation. So it's basically where nutrients and everything is like flowing, but it's not fixed in the soil. So I can imagine that it would probably boost on the short term the plant productivity.
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute. So it's also one way of like when you make biochar, like the same. I mean, there's heat and gases produced. So we're trying to redirect and make use of that heat as well as condense some gas at a certain period, so that we can get this liquid out of make the gas into a liquid, and that will be reintroduced into this biochar. So it is like the plant itself, but in a different form, in a much more useful form. And we are sequestering carbon for thousands of years, probably.
That is amazing. Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting. Like, I'm as I said, I'm not a professional in the pyrolysis or charcoal thing. I think there's a lot of literature about this. And I would be very interested in like how well it actually works, like if there are actually beneficial effects. But I think maybe it's also too much for the discussion right now to dive too deep into this. But if you have some good resources, or if you want to have a chat about it, I would be super open. It's very interesting. And I would definitely love to hear more about your project.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think we have one or two more questions, if I'm not wrong. Yes. And then maybe we move on to our next speakers, and we'll keep the other questions for the roundtable discussion, maybe. Thanks.
Hi, I had a question about the Miyawaki method. I'm talking more of the Indian context. That's where my question comes from. Do you feel that the use of the word forest is making it a little just easy for everyone to grow something? And I'm not phrasing it well, but what I'm trying to say is that forests are old systems, and when we're growing something, even if it's very biodiverse, it's shouldn't we maybe call it maybe rewilding or a wild plantation instead of a forest? Because what I notice in India is that every time there is if there is any deforestation in a forested area, or if they're cutting down trees in neighborhoods, what the law says is that for every cut tree, the forest department plants 10 more saplings. And now there is a trend in India for using the Miyawaki method as a solution from the government itself.
Really?
I'm starting to see that, and the government is showing a lot of interest in the Miyawaki method, but I've read that it can maybe be misused because we're cutting down forests and then saying we'll replant forests, which is going to be done by Miyawaki methods. But, it won't be a forest, essentially. It'll be a plantation, which will be very biodiverse. But, we can't recreate a forest. We can only conserve it.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a very, very good question. And I see it comes from somebody who has a lot of knowledge about the topic. This is right. I mean, I would definitely say it's completely wrong to cut down forests in order to replace it with the Miyawaki method. Let's probably answer your first question first. So, shall we call it a forest? I would say, well, it probably is up to the definition of what a forest is. I mean, I studied international forest ecosystem management, and we were also discussing like what is a forest. And I think the perspectives are going from like monocultures that are essentially planted for harvesting wood with a harvester, with a big machine, and some people call it forest. For them it is a forest, and for some it's like an old growth, maybe hundreds or thousands of years old established forest ecosystem with a very high structural diversity, very high diversity in plants, insects, soil microbiome, and wildlife. And I think it is really, really important to think about the different types of forests, and to make people understand that monocultures are not equally in the sense of the quality of a forest than old growth forests. And the value, of course, is if you have a long established system, it's always an interplay of so many different species. And the more diverse such a system is, the more established such a system is, and the more structural diversity you also have in such a system, the more resilient it becomes, and the better it can actually afford give those ecological benefits, the ecosystem services, if you want to call it like that. And what we should aim for is, in my opinion, definitely not to cut down any existing forest, but to protect it, and protect it for good. That means like protect it on scales that exceed human lifespans by far, because the problem is that with governments and like with most people, of course, we have a lifespan of, let's say, 90 to 100 years if everything goes really well. But we're speaking about organisms that can go up to, I don't know, 2000, way older. So how can we ensure on the long run that those systems will serve the generations after us well? And so I would definitely say, okay, going back to the question now, I would say it is a forest, but let's just say a forest in a very immature state. And in the end, if you plant like 40 different species of trees and shrubs, and you plant them so dense, like with the Miyawaki method, in the end, you always have like a succession state. So the trees are competing against one another, and the ones that are growing the fastest and that can like outshadow the other ones, they will survive in the end. They will, if they're not blown over by wind or any other circumstances. But if they grow fast enough and they can cover the other ones, they will succeed. They will have more sugars, they will grow faster, even faster. And in the end, you will have like a canopy cover of like, I don't know, a couple of trees, you know, depending on the size and how many trees you planted. But the established, the final state, like the climax state is also called. So there's like different climax states of forests that you can probably take as a reference to what kind of forest type do we have. And the climax state, like the end state, this is what we should aim for, definitely.
I want to welcome our next speaker, Baruch Gottlieb, from the thisnovation.org collective. Baruch, can you hear us?
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Welcome. So I will just say 2 words to introduce the work and then leave the virtual floor to our presenter. So thisnovation.org is a research collective set up in Paris in 2012, whose core members include Maria Rostkowska, Nicolas Magret, Baruch Gottlieb, and Jérôme Sinclair. The work is at the interface between contemporary art, research, and aching, and compose tailor-made teams for each investigation together with academics, activists, engineers, and designers. So I leave you the floor. Thank you so much for being with us.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and hello, Kochi, and it's an honor to speak to you. We're going to kind of get into a bit of a change of pace from the very detailed and very interesting, fascinating story of the Earth microbiome. We are, as introduced, a artist collective, and we are interested in how to make more palpable or graspable very complex and large scale concepts and maybe problems that everybody is kind of dealing with in the back of their minds all the time, particularly energy transition, moving away from fossil fuels, but also the various dimensions of the climate crisis, biodiversity depletion, and how we are going to transition away from the way that we've been doing things for the last 7 years or so, especially as we have to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. And so there's a lot of very big questions that come up in addressing these challenges, and they kind of surpass the imagination of most people because there's a lot of scientific information in there. And that, seems very abstract and distant from the kind of world of meaning that most people are going around with their normal everyday concerns. So our big challenge, and the challenge that we are engaged with, is trying to find aesthetic forms which help people grasp what's at stake, what we're really dealing with. And also in this process, find aesthetic methods to help also scientists from various disciplines meet and communicate with each other, because there's a lot of research going on related for experts to be vetted before we present them in the public, in the art space. And that just goes to the next topic, is how we try to instrumentalize the space of contemporary art, which is a transdisciplinary space, which is a space where a lot of people come together around issues of concern to contemporary public. And the way that art works, it provides a pretext for many people from different backgrounds to come together and meet each other, encounter each other encounter each other around objects or events, which they have a kind of shared basis to overcome their differences. and exchange and try to develop vocabularies and ways of addressing these big challenges. So that's in a nutshell what we're trying to do. So I'm going to introduce a project today. One of the projects that we're presenting also right here in Langenthal. We have an opening today in Switzerland. So, and we presented this project. It's quite popular. We've presented it about 18 times, I think, so far in Europe in the last 3 years since we launched it at EMAL in Brussels. And yeah, the term ecosystem services was mentioned in the previous presentation by Malte, and I think it's we can jump right into that term, because I guess a lot of you know that we when we're trying to help people understand what's at stake with climate change, various dimensions of this destabilized period that we're entering into, often we default to quantitative representations of what's going on, especially when we're trying to talk to people who have political agency, and we need to justify things in terms of numbers, and especially in terms of economic externalities or benefits, right? So what is the damage and what is the benefit, and how can we make sure we somehow fall on the right side of that calculation? So one of the things we try to grapple with in this project is the quantification problem, and to what degree we can overcome that, or how we can grapple with that better. So I'm going to share my screen. I hope you can see it, and if you don't see it, then I hope somebody will tell me.
We can see you.
Okay, there you go. So you can see. I will make this a full screen in a second. Play. I'm not always okay. There we go. That looks good. All right. So you can see like an installation view of one of our presentations. You can see that there's various dimensions of the presentation. On the left side of the screen, there's a project called the Energy Slave Token, where we talk about how much energy we're actually consuming through various fossil fueled processes in our daily life, and how much that we try to make the equivalence to a 1 day of human work. And so the biggest one here on the left is one life of human work that is condensed into an amount of bitumen, of oil, let's say, a volume of fossil fuel. So that is how much human work is released in one whole human life, concentrated into fossil fuels. So we get to trying to make the scales palpable. Anyway, I will go to the project for today. We have a short video here. Let me just make sure that you can hear the video. That is a question. Share computer sound. Yes, share computer sound. Let's see. Tell me if you can hear this. Ecosystem services, the idea that we need to move the ecology into the economy. We don't know if a given species of corn that might have been grown somewhere in Peru is going to be useful 100 years from now, 500 years from now, somewhere else. There's absolutely no way of telling which species are going to be valuable and which are non-valuable over time. That kind of false consciousness prevents us from seeing the world itself as interconnected, interknit in one way or another. Ecosystem services have this strange equation, and it's largely based on what this ecosystem is doing for me now. But if we get away from this frozen present, infinity starts appearing all over the place. If we take a sufficiently large expanse of time, and we pay sufficient attention to the imbrication, the way in which species interact with each other all of the time, the way in which species terraform the Earth, you're just going to run into infinities all of the time. Okay, so that's a little video. Now, the project I'm introducing today is something called Life Support System, and it's a 1 meter square artificially grown field of wheat. And the reason we chose to grow wheat in this process is because we wanted to use a staple food. And so we were mostly showing in Europe, and in Europe we eat wheat as a staple food. And staple foods are different from what we usually see in solar punk or in many visions of alternative agriculture, because they have high caloric value. They have caloric density, right? And usually you'll see tomatoes or salads or cucumbers or marijuana or something. And all those things are great. And they have a lot of like surplus value, especially the marijuana, but they don't fill your belly. You need 2,000 calories a day, more or less, adult does need for all the motor systems, the nervous systems, your brain to function, etc. If you don't get those 2,000 kilocalories, what we call calories, then things start to not function as desired. So you need these kind of calorie-rich, also protein-rich foods. And wheat is this food that we've developed over 10,000 years or so to provide that in a reliable way. So that provides the challenge. Can we grow wheat in a kind of optimized way, artificially, outside of the normal conventional agriculture with the sun? And so this is the project, and you can see that everything is kind of made explicit here. We have the water tanks here, we have the fans. You know, wheat as it's growing up needs wind for the stalks of the wheat to get strong. They need to kind of be damaged a bit, or they need to sway a bit. Otherwise, the kernels, the top part of the wheat, will bend the plant down. So for them to stand up straight, they need some wind. So we have the wind there. We have these LED light elements up on the top. And then we have some diagrams on the side, which I'll explain in a bit. So you can see it's very designy, it's very elegant. The point is to make the wheat itself in a way the whole growing system look like an artwork. So here's like a time-lapse video of the wheat growing in, I don't remember where this is. I think it's in Aix in the south of France. You can see that it's a kind of like a little bit like a spaceship aesthetic here. We often use that to make people, to refer to a lot of these space scenarios. If, for example, if we're going to try to colonize the moon, or colonize Mars, and try to provide all the nutritional requirements for people out there. Playing into that narrative a bit. So you can see they're growing nicely. This is still like pretty fresh because they're still green. Another dimension of this work is that we make all the inputs and we monitor a lot of the vital signs of the farm. We call it a farm, of course, as you were talking about these mini forests. Well, this is a mini farm. And we always have a website. The website is lss.earth, so lifesupportsystem.earth. You can check it out right now if you like. And all of our live farms are on there. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 online right now, but you can also see the documentation of all the previous farms that we've staged in various art institutions across Europe over the past 3 years. And accompanying the live streams, you can always see the vital signs. So the humidity, the temperature, the luminosity, nutrients that we've put in, the wind, and the amount of electricity that's being used at any particular time. And then we have a what we call the life support cost. So to try to calculate how much this 1 square meter of wheat will eventually cost, using taking into account all the inputs. And yeah, I mean, here you can see that it says harvest in 68 days. So it takes actually 90 days for the wheat to mature. And then at the end of this maturing period, we have about 500 grams of wheat, which is a little bit less than in caloric value what 1 human needs for a day. So yeah, let's just take a look at this. I have to move it so I can see it myself. If I can do that, I don't know. Oops, sorry, I have to go back. So you can see the amount. This is the totals, right? How much it's going to cost to grow this this wheat. In the end, we end up with a price of somewhere between 200 and 600 euro per 500 grams of flour, 500 grams of wheat, which of course is like in orders of magnitude more than how much you usually pay for flour on the market. So, I mean, of course, were this system to be scaled, the prices would go down somewhat, but not anywhere near to compete or to be able to replace naturally grown wheat using fossil fuels in conventional agriculture. Okay, here's a little introductory video for. This art project seeks to present the orders of magnitude of ecosystemic activity embedded in all planetary life processes, exploring the limits of quantification and the concept of ecosystem services. It is common to describe our relationships with society, the world, and the biosphere with metaphors from economics, which has specific understandings of value. With regard to the biosphere, today's prevailing economics conventions are unable to recognize intrinsic value in the ecosystems on which all life depends. In cultures overdetermined by concepts from economics, we are left without adequate discursive instruments to socially or politically address the importance of the work of the biosphere. The life support system experiment consists of 1 square meter of wheat cultivated artificially in a closed environment. All inputs such as water, light, heat, and nutrients are measured, monitored, and displayed for the public. This 1 square meter unit is capable of furnishing 1 day's worth of necessary caloric nutrition for 1 human adult every 4 months. To feed a single human adult would require approximately 100 such units running continuously. This procedure makes palpable the orders of magnitude of material and energy flows that are required to reproduce human nutritional requirements in closed or artificial environments, in contrast to outdoor agriculture on arable land.
By attempting to grow a staple food such as wheat, which has historically provided the greatest proportion of necessary caloric intake for humans in Europe, this indoor farm experiment is a counterexample which points to the vastness of the ecosystem contributions involved in conventional agriculture. The empirical true cost estimates obtained through this indoor experiment are about €200 per kilogram of wheat, an extravagant cost compared to the 15 cent per kilogram current market price. This experimental farm foregrounds the incalculable ecosystem services demands of conventional agriculture, which we expect to access for free. On the other hand, closed environments must artificially reproduce these services at high social, energy, and ecosystem costs, which are mostly not accounted for. From a much broader perspective, this art experiment provides a speculative reference for a reckoning of the undervalued and overexploited work of the biosphere. Ecosystem processes provide the primary value at the core of each of our daily economic interactions within society.
So we've presented this at various places. It always takes a little bit of a different form. Here we have another kind of art product where we have attached harvest material. So those are grains, those are stalks of wheat which were grown in the artistic environment. So they are art grown wheat or artistic wheat. And accompanied, this is again, we're using a kind of format from NASA where they are providing all the vital statistics for that particular stock of wheat. Yeah, and this is the last slide where you saw the diagram in a previous slide where you can see we try to explain for people how much of such mini farms would be required to provide for one human being for a whole year. Here we have this is the kind of system of how many farms, how many vertical farms would be necessary, the surface on Europe, on the map of Europe, and how many solar panels, the diagonal lines show how many solar panels would be needed to provide the energy for those vertical farms to feed everybody in Europe. Yeah, and so you see, we're playing with we're constantly trying to develop new visual strategies to help people grapple with the scale of the challenge of replacing conventional agriculture. We're also working right now on fertilizer. The question of how much contemporary agriculture, and especially like I guess most of you are living in cities, how much of your daily nutritive requirements for people living in cities comes from fossil fuels, right? Because with the war in Ukraine and the sanctions regime and all that, it was revealed that so much fertilizer is coming from Ukraine and Russia. And the question was, well, why is it coming from there, and what is the relationship? The relationship is really very interesting because there's calories, of course, are units of energy. We need some units of energy originally from the sun. We cannot metabolize energy from the sun, so we need energy through that's been metabolized and transformed into a consumable material through plants, photosynthesis, or indirectly through animals which eat those plants. In order to standardize and support plant growth that we are depending on, we have developed these artificial fertilizers, ammonia-based fertilizers that use the Haber-Bosch method, which first of all requires like temperatures of about 400 degrees Celsius to bring to synthesize the ammonia, which is necessary for the fertilizer to help the plants more regularly accept sunlight, but also the hydrogen that you need in the Haber-Bosch process needs to be heated up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. So it's something that really can only be done with using natural gas or anyway fossil fuels. So there's a lot of energy in these fertilizers, fossil fuel energy, and we are eating that energy indirectly in the process. So much so that there's been some studies that say that up to 50% of the nitrogen in our DNA has traces of the Haber-Bosch process. So we are really cyborgs. Like fossil fuel cyborgs right now. In order to move away from that, we're going to have to face some pretty intense challenges. So that's what we're working on right now. That's one of the fields of research that we're working on right now. And I'd love to discuss our approaches and take your questions and criticisms and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It is very interesting to hear about new direction that your work is taking and your future investigation about fertilizers. But I also think that it's very interesting what you have told us about your life support system and your installation. Actually, it will be an opportunity for those of us who are here in Kochi to see some of your work actually here. So this is just to remind you all that you have the opportunity to see this innovation of work by thisnovation.org here with us also. So I wonder whether there are any questions from the audience. Yes, no. Well, I can actually start by, first of all, I was actually quite interested in understanding the choice of the wheat that you explained quite clearly. But beyond moving that, I think that there is a very interesting aspect that needs to come to the fore. That is very much that when we are entering the exhibition space, actually, we are not faced with the growth of the vegetals. We are just faced with this sort of spectacles of information that are delivered and quantified to us as audience. And there's a fine line, I think, that we are walking as spectators of these data, that is the one between your critical approach towards this quantification, and at the same time, what actually a lot of the high intensity agriculture, hydroponic based agriculture and farming practices are doing. So I was wondering if there in the work there is some sort of also commentary implied on this kind of high AI farming practices that are starting to be very popular throughout the West, at least.
You mean like the robot farming and like somehow robot pesticide or drone-based pesticide or pest reduction or those kind of things? Yeah. No, I mean, our presentation really tries to focus on how much energy, especially on how much energy is required to produce this staple food if we try to do it artificially. And we go into where that energy might come from and whether that's really sustainable and whether that's economically like scalable. And I think if you're going to integrate more infrastructure, computer infrastructure, drones, and the whole electronics and industrial production chain to make drones or robots or all that kind of stuff, you're going to increase the overhead a lot. But that we have not gone directly into that kind of hyper industrialization of agriculture through the work of robots and drones and things.
There's a question from Malte, actually.
Hi, Malte.
Hi. Yeah, first, thank you for the presentation. It was super cool. Nice projects. Very much agreed on it. Especially the perspective on ecosystem services, and there's a very human-centered way and very capitalistic way to look at it. Why not taking care of nature just because we love it? It's also reasonable. But yeah, my question is, I found it very interesting because there's like this big movement, this tech hype, this technocratic perspective of like, okay, we need to produce the food with LED lights, everything is artificial, everything is controllable. So it's really this idea of like, we're losing control of the planet's atmosphere. Everything is running out of control. Okay, let's create confined spaces where we can control everything, because it's our desire of controlling it. And it's not really fixing the problem, but it's like just reallocating it. And I think you illustrated it very well that it's just impossible to have it as a solution for everyone. My question is, did you also do some calculations about the challenges of like, I mean, we're speaking about desertification. So, for example, landscapes in Spain, they're just drained of their water. So it's really difficult to do more agriculture. We have extreme weather events, from hail to storms to heavy rains, to long and intensive periods of drought. I can continue this list. There are so many challenges that the current method of agriculture is facing. And then we have this technocratic view or perspective on the one hand, and you illustrated it well, but did you also assess, like, if we want to continue the way that we do, like, how much land would we need? Like, can we actually do it? We're also thinking about, like, how can we rewild more? How can we give nature space? And then we have like this big competition for space, basically. And I also see there's initiatives going to farm algae in water, and I don't know. Just my question is. And did you observe this space as well? Did you put it into numbers, or, I mean, you had those wonderful graphics? Yeah.
Thanks for the question. I mean, of course, what's really what you get from a lot of the scientists, soil scientists, agronomists, and such. They completely agree. Like, okay, look, we evolved with the foods we depend on, with the planet's biosystem, with microbiome. We all evolved together over millions of years. Why are we putting that into danger? But of course, those kinds of opinions don't make any money, and we live in a world where if you don't make money and you don't show growth, you don't get listened to. And so, of course, like, actually, we have a kind of disaster capitalist modus operandi right now. So adding more AI and more machines and such, that at least in the short term will produce more industrial activity and produce more investment and more growth. So it's good if we're messing up the climate for the people in power. And it's very hard to make the argument that's not the way we should develop. So I mean, that's one of the frustrations that we come up with, because it's not like the scientific consensus isn't there to do things otherwise, right? Yeah, I mean, So yeah, we don't have any, we haven't done other large scale statistical models about like, okay, land use, how much land we're going to need. And we have like a project that actually Maya and Ewan are working a lot with algae right now. And, you know, algae is one way that, you know, we can furnish a lot of good quality food for people. I mean, the tendency is that, yeah, we're probably going to move away from farming these kind of plants and move towards insects to provide the nutritional needs for large amounts of people, because the insects are less demanding of the growing conditions. And you know, insects and then animals which eat insects instead of animals which eat plants. I guess that's one of the models that's being studied right now at scale. You know, I mean, certainly as climate tendencies become more unstable, we're gonna face some radical food crises, and that is unfortunately also probably profitable for people. So. But we haven't, I mean, your question leads me to a lot of speculative ideas, which I like to crunch the numbers for. One of the things is, of course, though, that one of the central kind of almost tragicomic elements of our work is about, you know, how insufficient the quantification is, right? When you try to calculate how much, you know, benefits you're getting from a certain form of agricultural activity, and subtract the negative externalities, and then try to show net benefit and all that. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to grow something on the moon, maybe it's a little bit clearer, but doing things on Earth with the Earth's biome and millions of years of symbiosis and symbiogenesis, it's kind of ridiculous. So there is a kind of pathos in our work with regard to the numbers in the end. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? So apparently at the moment there are no more questions, and as we are not really fully on time, I would suggest that if it's fine with you, Baruch, we'll see you in more or less 40 minutes
Okay.
for the final roundtable. Is it okay?
That's cool. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See you later. Okay. So we'll now move on to our next speaker, Anne-Laure Français. Anne-Laure.
Hello. Sorry. I said there will be more questions. I'm here. Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
I will introduce you briefly. So Anne-Laure is an artist with a background in humanities, whose work is guided by an interest in counter-narratives, hierarchies of dignity, and categorization. This double curriculum informs her transmedial practice, one that is materialized by field research, archival enquiries, creative writing, and installations. Français co-founded and curated the organization Volumes, which research and mediates art form related to editing and publishing. She's also an active member of the interdisciplinary research group TETI, Texture and Experiences of Trans-Industriality. TETI brings together artists, filmmakers, historians, art historians, architects, and authors to explore changing imageries of our local societies at the turn of the 21st centuries. So, Laurent and Laure, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody. It's been very inspiring since this morning, and yeah, I'm very happy to be online with you. I hope the seats are comfortable. Thanks for staying. And I'm going to try to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we do. Thanks.
Okay. I have to, I cannot do full screen, I'm afraid, because my computer is so old. Some keys on the keyboard don't work. So I'm just going to have to leave it like this. Yeah, I hope it's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to make it last as long as I can. So today I'm going to talk about a publishing project by Teti Press. It's this publication, Mobile Soils. And Teti Press, it's the incarnation of Teti Group in the printed field. And as you kindly shortly explained, like Teti Group is an interdisciplinary study group on textures and experiences of trans-industriality. What do we mean by trans-industriality? So trans as that which crosses times and space, that goes beyond the limits contained in the name to which it applies, and that connects different historical forms of industriality. That is what we mean. So we want to shift the attention on the ongoing superposition of industrial and technological modes, considered in particular through their cultural formation. So, for example, the ongoing role of material infrastructure in the age of media, or the physical roots that inform digital expansions and virtual networks, or the survival or revival of past industriousness in the present. So Teti Group was founded in 2011 by Maria Joao Santos and Gabriel G. And I joined the group in 2018. With a proposed focus that's connected with the research group on nature and the city. And my proposed field was Baustelle and Botanic. Baustelle and Botanic, it's very connected to my personal practice. I'm going to tell you basically about a project that started from a very sort of like a dialogue with history, like personal histories, family histories, connection to land, and trying to expand it into a sort of like community thinking, a physical object that then we try to also unfold and outgrow as we can. This is not an encyclopedia of soil, of course. It's a small attempt to think together. So yeah. How did we get to that book? So it started like with this small research group, which I initiated because I have been working very much with an interest like to the multi-layer entanglement of soils, and trying to address a family history of exile and displacement, to escape a genocide like the Armenian genocide in the case of my ancestors, like coming to France. And I'm trying to think like a displaced and moving body. So of a moving body, like for me, like due to European open borders, but for my ancestor, a moving body due to being political refugees. And all this like heavy family background has created a reflection on the questions of categories and the hierarchies of dignities. And I've been connecting with these stories through plants, through weeds, and also through the construction sites. Because it's also very connected also to my family history, because my father was a contractor, and for me, like they sort of showcase a sort of they showcase the apparatus of the administrative and technical forces at play in our societies. They are like the building side, they are sort of compression of time, but they're also an ecosystem, a third landscape, as Gilles Clément would call it. But this is a place where the distribution of the earth activates dormant seeds, in a way, for example, that also Maria Teresa Alves has investigated. And this movement of the ground, it contributes to the spreading of seeds. So this talk is not about my practice, but it's just the starting point. So I just show you, this is a work, for example, that I did. It's a train trip from Switzerland to Kazakhstan, and collecting plants along the way and crossing borders with them. and using the tarpaulin from a construction site. So always this mix between the organic and the industrial, and trying to think materials and narratives, or the narratives of materials. This is another type of herbarium with construction items and weeds encapsulated in resin and pigments, and also working with quite a lot of waste. This is another type of those waste weeds herbarium. And so that's the terreau, that's the ground of this project. And so I came with this body of work and the wish to expand it to connect with other people, because I was, as explained, like I was thinking with my history, I was thinking with the locations, but also I was sort of like, I felt a little bit limited in this space of representations. And so joining Teti, and we stayed and creating this research group, Baustelle and Botanic, we also joined this really great project in Zurich, which is called the School of Commons. So as you can see here, it's an initiative dedicated to the study and development of self-directed peer learning, and it's located at the Zurich University of the Arts. And we were very lucky that they supported us to develop this research focus, supported us in the term of infrastructure, in the term of funding, in the terms also of giving us access to spaces. And we started to create moments of encounters between people with our own network, but also trying to expand this network. So our first event was a discussion panel called Between Soil and Ground, with the author, artist, educator who opens this book, Monika Irsina Jäger. And from this, we were welcomed in the Agricultural School of Zurich in Wädenswil, where Monika is an educator, and where she co-directed a research and an installation that takes the form of a soil garden. So that was our second event. We had this days of workshops, during which we created discussion groups. After the little tour she gave us, the discussion groups exchange around soil and narrative, soil and brownfields as generators of atmosphere and aesthetic experience, long title, and exposed ground. And the outcome of those workshops was shared around a wild herb tasting by artist Maya Minder, who is one of the creators of this great event. And the conclusion of this exchange were gathered within the frame of a small conference, much smaller than the one you are organizing here, which was the ground beneath our feet, tunnels, aids, Unkraut at the Zurich Art School, which brought together participants from the workshop along with new voices. As each time that we organize an event, we always try to grow the people we invited. And during this one day, we gathered together artists, gardeners, architects, and historians to explore ties to the past stored beneath the ground, and to explore some of the past stored beneath the ground, and some of the channels that can connect us to known and forgotten territorial memories. So we try to consider, as the title says, the dark side of the underworld, the hidden layers of death. Also, there's been a lot of talk about compost, the waste and oblivion in general, and more globally trying to reflect on the generative energy of the soil. This day ended with another debrief around another buffet of wild and local products. I don't have a picture, I don't know why, but this was by the amazing chef and gardener Maurice Maggi, who's also based in Zurich. I invite you to look him up. He has a lot of cooking books about, cooking the city, gardening with the city. This was the program of the conference. And sorry, I speak a bit fast. Maybe I will speak fast because I'm nervous. I hope you can follow me also with the accent. I try to get rid of my French accent, but never managed to. So to follow up on the interdisciplinary and collective exchanges that took place during those days, and to extend into the printed field, we're getting there, a project of publication emerged along with the creation of Teti Press. This is the first publication of Teti Press. There was small online projects, but we had never gone into like the physical form. And this was based on the same interdisciplinary vocation and search for collective synergies. And so this publication takes the 2018 and 2019 encounters and workshops. So I just show you like the public events, but of course there were many meetings and many informal exchanges. Those were a springboard to reflect on territorial transformation and to the publication of this book, which again is not an anthology. It's an attempt to and it's not an endpoint, as I will explain after. It's just a stone on the path of our attempt to think together, to come together. And this was edited by Gabrielle G, José Caceres Mardones, and myself, and published in 2021. And it was designed by Philippe de Sarzin, and the design was also a very important part of the making of the book, because we decided to organize our reflection around the 3 chapters of underground, ground, and overground. So if you don't mind, I'm going to quickly take you through the book. I mean, I won't go, each contribution would deserve like a whole presentation, and I'm not going to do this. And also it would be much better if the authors told you about their work themselves, but I'm just going to walk you through some of it, just so you get an understanding of the topics that we discussed, and like some of the connections and overlaps also that we made between people coming from very different disciplines. So yeah, like gardeners, scientists. I mean, when we say like science, I mean we also mean human science, and also cooks and artists, of course, but also people who worked also in like health. And so I'm gonna tell you. So the first text opens with the artist that I showed you before, Monica Sinajaga, with a Zurich-based artist, and she opens this section underground, and this section tries to provide an account of the hidden underground, so its movements, its consequence above the ground. And so through this contribution, Monica takes us through this installation that I showed you a few pictures about, Aardreich, which aims to make visible the hidden and forgotten underground textures and raise awareness of the ecosystems, history, and futures beneath our feet. I think speakers before me explain very much the richness of like what is beneath our feet. So I won't attempt to. Oh, is it working? Oh, my computer froze. No, it's good. Just stay with me. The second contribution is by artist Grit Ruland, who continues to examine the underground entanglements, investigating uranium mining in past societies, and alerting us to the possibilities of mining narratives related to current environmental tension. And also what is really interesting in a contribution is also like some of the tales connected to the underground, like connection also like with stories of the devil, like things that we discussed extensively also during our conference at the Zurich School of Art. In the third contribution, there is actually an interview with material scientist Gnanli Landreau, who works on the impact of materials in our society, but shifting the relation between minerals and the environment toward the sustainable solution, which is the production of ecological concrete. Nioli is an incredible researcher that I advise you to look up, like his spin-off company, which is our company Oxara, which is based in Zurich and which develops ecological concrete, which is very connected to his own family history and growing up in Togo in hearth houses. So he explains through this interview how technologies of different cultures can be used to create sustainable housing. In the following contribution, we have artist Nikos Doulos, who brings our attention away from the materiality. So we always shift also in this book between like very concrete material matters and issues to more also metaphorical and poetical ideas. So artist Nikos Doulos brings our attention away from this underground materiality through night walking. Night walking as a research and a performative practice to engage differently with the city and its underground stories, focusing on the spectral underground of our societies, also very connected to Greek mythology and stories of the underground. And then we have artist Jan van Ort, who runs a small residency in Switzerland, which is a self-organized community where everything is shared, and where they also have a garden, and where they also provide a small artist residency, and where they also enhance like the communal living also with other non-humans around them. So in this text, he acknowledges a similar liminal space in his reflection about this small art residency or cottage, and narrating the non-human inhabitants and opening up new horizon and different intertwining. And then the section concludes on a text by Raphael Newman and Caroline Widmer, and they look at a small land plot, family land plot in Emmental in Switzerland, and looking at stories of like burial, death, and composting. And then we shift to the second section, section of the book, which is ground. And it opens up with a text by a co-editor, José Cáceres Mardones, with an historian and curators. And it opens like this section which explores the historical, artistic, and archival, cultural, and agroecological ramification of the ground. And in his text, he looks at the hidden textures of the soil, continuing like this exploration, but focusing on the ground we stand on as an agent of history. So he focuses especially on his own family history and Amérindian perspective, assessing the possibility of a new understanding of history. So taking like the case of Mapuche, also heritage in Chile. Then we have artist Laurie Dallava, who in a conversation with Gabriel G. Explores the histories and ties connecting us to the ground through research on volcanic activity, ancestral environmental cultivation and chemistry, and also the development of an archival documentation of her practice. Then we have a text by Élise Lamer, who's a curator and a writer and educator as well, who reflects on the role of the archive, similarly to Laurie Dallava, but on the garden as an archive. So, and she reflects especially on a garden research project in homage to Derek Jarman, where she proposes like this garden as a possible living archive. Following this contribution, we have artist and gardener Errol Ruben Fernandez, who engages further into the connections between memory and the ground, communities and soil, reflecting on the role of soil in the restoration and management of historical landscape, and showing another layer of soil agency in history, but also very much connecting to his painting practice, but also his practice dealing with art therapy and dealing with mental health patients through artistic tools. And this is a very beautiful contribution. And they all are. Kenza Benabderazik is the next contribution. She's an environmental engineer at ETH Zurich, and so was Nyali as well. And she provides another examination of the soil's importance in connection to sustainable agro-ecosystem. And she highlights especially feminist and decolonial possibilities in agricultural communities. And she sings also a lot through music. You can see a lot of her work. She runs this greenhouse, the SL Greenhouse Lab in ETH Zurich, which is a space where she invites a lot of artists to happenings, exhibitions, and yeah, I will show you after some of the projects we did with her. Finally, to end this ground section, we have environmental scientist Brack Hale, who discusses with Moria Simons the community of a botanical society in Ticino. Ticino is the Italian-speaking region of Switzerland, and it discusses the insights of local botanical practices to understand the environmental challenges we are confronted with today, and especially focuses on the question of the palm tree and the invasive palm trees, but also the tension with the fact that this palm tree has become very much like, for example, in the south of France, a sort of symbol, a local symbol, because the Ticino is a sort of Swiss Riviera with lakes. And this takes us to the opening of the third section. This third section, so Overground, it presents different performative, discursive, and research perspective, reflecting on the different layers above the ground this time. And it starts with TETI co-founder Maria João Matos, who's an architect and researcher, and she examines the idea of the European landscape. So our landscape serves as a context for diverse cultural identities, and looking at the necessity to safeguard shared industrial shared understanding of cultural diversities in European landscapes. And she's also part of this European Cultural Territories like European Landscape Convention research group, which, if you are interested, you can look into. Then we have the other TETI co-founder, Gabriel G, with his contribution, with an art historian and a writer. His contribution, Le Northern Tour, looks at traces and echoes from the Industrial Revolution in the north, in northern England, and shedding light on the dark passages that connect these inspections of such interconnections. And it's also a text that, I mean, all the texts somehow like connect also with personal stories. And this also very much so is a sort also of, there's always like a level of experimentation also like for all the contributors to make a contribution that also stands outside of the kind of expectation that they encounter in their field of work. So what I mean is that we gave a lot of freedom in terms of writing style. I mean, there were obviously like some lengths and topics like constraints. But this also like was a way like for everybody like to sort of step out a little bit of some of the constraints and procedures connected with the field of work or specialization. Following this, we have a contribution by Uriel Orlo, who's an artist. I think he has also a work currently exhibited at Biennale. And in this text of Soil and Weeds, he magnifies the inspections of interconnections between like the different territories, like in this case, like through the travel also of plants and the stories of colonialism. So he goes back to the possibilities of the archive, like Dorida Lava and Élise Lammer, and to the creation of counter narratives. So through his exploration of the history of Aubervilliers, a neighborhood in the north of Paris. And through microhistorical observation on gardening, he shifts us away from Aubervilliers towards those colonial and global entanglement that brought many of the plants that now grow freely around this area, which was a city market. Then we have a contribution by Paloma Ayala. Artist Paloma Ayala, which is a contribution which is written almost as a play, and a little bit like the contribution by Nikos Doulos. And in this contribution, she looks at the experience of the Rio Bravo, the Rio Grande River, on the borders between Mexico and the United States, and acknowledging the possibilities of local histories to construct alternative modes of coexisting. This is followed by a contribution by Utamaki Wab, who is an artist and also a musician, within which he explores the socialization with landscape, socializing with landscape. And it's a story also of like reconnecting with also family history, and also animism, and living cities, and some of the demons. For him, it was different unhealthy habits, and to rediscover also the richness of creating his own pigments. He's been creating like everything that he needs for his art practice himself. And through this exploration, it's trying to look at how to socialize with landscape, really in a sort of more intimate perspective, but also through an artistic engagement, but as a sort of coexisting mode. It's also very touching text. And then there's my contribution, but I already told you a little bit about this at the beginning. And so I hope it wasn't too long, but I thought I should do justice to the book and to some of its authors. If you're interested, you can look up on our website and also order the book if you want. But so we published this book and we launched it, and then it didn't feel like the conversation was finished. So we thought of ways to continue the conversation. And ways of continuing the conversation was for us through food, and through an unfolding of the book through different food events, and thinking the contributions and the chapters through different food propositions. So here you have like the book launch, the buffet of the book launch. And so like the creation of a boucher for every chapter. Then we had, I don't have it. Then we had, I do. Then we had a dinner version of this boucher. So one dish per chapter, and this also in collaboration with one of our friends, Manon Brio, who is a designer and works with sustainable materials, and who has been developing very interesting soil agglomerate, but also bioplastic. I don't know if you see, there's one of them behind me. And so this is a way, like from the workshops to the book to the dinners, that the conversation is continuing and growing. We also had a dinner where we asked all the authors to give us one ingredient. I don't have a picture of this one, but and we cooked with all those ingredients. So we sort of composted the references, and also provided a slideshow with different inputs from the authors, because also they all live in different countries, many of them. So it was difficult to create an event bringing them all together. And so we wanted to do this through food and through the contribution to the choice of the food that was served. And then we unfolded a little bit further, but this time separating each chapter. And this was at the greenhouse, at Kenza's greenhouse, Kenza Ben Abderrazik, at the SAE Greenhouse Lab in Zurich. And she kindly invited us to explore collaboratively and collectively the 3 chapters through 3 dinners. And this was also a collaboration with ARDE, Art and Science Research Group, and Food Culture Days. And I think Margot, will talk about her project on Friday, so I recommend it. And so, yeah, we unfolded so that was the underground chapter with a sort of a sit-down setting with mini conference and with some projections, and there were also some readings. There was also a collective writing of an incantation. The readings incorporated the reading of ancient Greek text. Then in the second dinner grounds, we looked at the layered and planted conversations. And we had also a sound performance. We also had some readings, but in this case also we recycled each time the materials were recycled from the previous dinner. And the first dinner was sit down. The second was more like an exploded sort of setting, and also trying to think also of the metabolism of the event and the dramaturgy of it. And the third dinner was actually the dinner during which people had to forage through the greenhouse and prepare co-prepare their own food. So this is where we are now. We have unfolded the last of this dinner in September, and we are moving towards another series of workshops and events, and hopefully another publication. Continuing this discussion of the mobile soil, but towards through the incarnation of the dialogue between art and food. And yeah, that's it. I don't know how long I spoke. I hope it wasn't too long. Yeah. Thank you so much. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think I was muted, but now I'm back.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your for telling us about this very articulate project. And I will ask first the audience if there are any questions from the audience. Malta has a question. Am I correct? No, there is it's not you. So it's it's the cursor. Okay. So I have actually 2 different questions that go in very many different directions, but let's try to stick to one at a time. Question 1, can you explore a little bit with us, first of all, the mobility that is in the title of the book? Is a mobility connected to I read your chapter to the book, and it's really about exploring urban ecologies and plants in construction sites. So I can actually fully see how mobility comes into play in your work for the anthology. But I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the other contribution, how they this idea of mobility comes into play. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Thank you for the feedback on the text. Thanks for taking the time to read it. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's this was for me really the starting point of thinking of these questions of circulation, the circulation of seeds, but also like through recirculation of seeds, the circulation of people, but of materials, the identity of materials, but beyond that also the circulation of ideas. And I think like what also like it was also, I was very interested also like in, as I said in the beginning, so I'm speaking for myself, because obviously like there's many contributors and there's 3 editors, so I'm just giving my sort of point of view and and also personal motivations like regarding this. But it was really like to I mean, it's interesting, like being a sort and a practice, like, so my practice, like, is very, like, there's a lot of research, there's a lot of like bringing people together, but there's also like the thinking with materiality, thinking with objects, but as I said, in a sort of like very representational and metaphorical way. And there's many limitations to this. I mean, we all have like many limitations in our references and thinking. And so the wish was to compare, collide, connect, supersede, also like some of those questions to also people who have different knowledge about those questions of like circulation, circularity, from a very practical, scientific, but also like very culturally different. I mean, as you saw, like also like we have like our contributors are from we are there's a big nucleus in Europe, a little bit in Latin America and Asia and Africa, but so like there's also like many there's many gaps, of course. I mean, that's also what I was trying to say. Like, I mean, there have been many anthologies published recently about soil studies, or like on this intersection of art and science. And yeah, this was more of a sort of humble attempt, like to come together and to think together about this question of like the projected and the material realities of the soil.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
I don't know if I fully answered your question. Sorry, thank you.
I'm just looking at the audience to see if there are any other questions. Otherwise, I will go for one more, if it's possible. Yes, before we move on to our next speaker. I was wondering about, I mean, in the workshop, the project started as an in-person workshop, and then you worked on the publication, and in the second step you are organizing these dinners. So I was wondering what kind of actually audiences and what kind of different professional expertise are you mobilizing or bringing together? Yes.
In the workshops of the dinners, everything.
Yes, in the workshop, but also in the dinners. I mean, there are 2 different moments in which some kind of participants or audiences are to some extent involved. So I would like to send a little bit more of the working of this involvement of participants and these more, let's call them pedagogical moments.
Yeah. I mean, the question of the audience for anyone is a really big one, because we tend, like, you know, to always, many of us tend to be in their own bubble and to speak to people who like think like us, or like are interested in the same context, or have the same sort of expertise. Like, so I mean, in the field of contemporary arts, like, it's definitely a bit of a bubble, and the question of, like, you know, how it reaches out to wider audience. And so this was very much also, I mean, at the heart of like some of my interest, but it's more globally like a sort of ethos for like also the research group TETI, which brings together, this is a kind of the core of one of the core of value of this group, but also again, like with its limitations, because it's like the group brings together so far historians, art historians, architects, curators, artists, designers, and the wish was to expand from this nucleus, also like to so first we brought together gardeners, biologists, environmental scientists, and engineers, So that was like the core, like those what we brought like to those workshops and to the discussions and then to the book. And then after, like through the partnering of other organizations, such as so first like with l'ABEC, with Grand Palais Bern, with On Creating. I forgot to mention it, but those were the first 3 allocations of the dinners. And then the fourth location was the SL Greenhouse Lab, and through the collaboration with the SL Greenhouse Lab and Arve and Food Culture Days, we opened up to a more diverse public through like also bringing together people who are working in this field of collaboration within art and science discourse. But also people who work in food cultures, agronomy, but also like, I mean, the very wide field also of arts and food. A lot of artists investigating like those forms. Sorry, just something happened on my computer. And this was like a way also like for us to and also we did an open call. So we did not an open call, sorry, we opened the dinners like to anyone who would like to join. We made like a newsletter, we had some Instagram posts. I mean, of course, this like goes within the field of like who who gets like this newsletter and who gets this post, but also like trying, and you know, like it's kind of conditioned by also like all those networks and algorithms, but we're basically trying to slowly open up like through like all the connections that we make, like and opening up to their own connections. So it's a bit like it's a growing network.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. We'll move on to our last speaker. Thank you again.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for.
Well, it doesn't appear to be here with us just now. Nope. Dharmendra doesn't appear to be here. We might wait for a second. Yes. Maybe we can get you a microphone. Is there a microphone here? Or otherwise I can report a question. Okay, perfect. So he's back. Perfect. Thank you so much. Dharmendra? Yes, thank you so much for waiting and for being with us. So, Dharmendra Prasad is the co-founder of the Anga Art Collective. The collective is an Assam-based initiative funded by a group of friends who sought to create a space that engages in critical thinking about visuality and materiality based on the geographical and social landscape of the region. Dharmendra Prasad practice was born from a abiding interest and appreciation of his grandfather's non-extractive approach to farming. And now we'll hear a little bit about his recent work. I leave you.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry, like my internet is like shuffling here and there, and so I would like to switch off the video if I permit it.
Yep.
And then I would like to talk. So yeah. Myself, Dharmendra Prasad, and I was born in stories, caste hierarchies, discriminations, and festivals, smiles and cries, and around the fields. And I saw myself basically as an follower of different kind of practices that happens in the rural landscape, and that happens largely in the agrarian field. And so I would like to share my screen, and which basically is going to talk about some examples of the places and the sites that I traveled. I'd like to dig. I like to explore and spend time without thinking anything too much. So this is a drawing that you can see, in which let me do it. Yeah. So this is the drawing that I randomly do, and I randomly also make a lot of field notes and observational notes from the trips that I make. So this is from a nearby a wetland, and I would like to read. So a railway track bisects the stomach of a water body. 3 elephant corridors leads to a huge ball of food. When human presence and the hunger of elephants accidentally meet, the railway tracks turns into the elongated river of blood. What happens when hunger observes the water body? What happens when the length and the breadth of water body is explored in search of food, luxury, and comfort? Cultural processes begin from need for food. Elephants' need for food creates corridors. Corridors are cultural markers on the land resulted because of observation, focus, togetherness, and hunger of non-human. Can animals as cultural producers counter the presence of excessive human marks on spatial manipulation? So Dipperville is the name of wetland, has become a claustrophobic water body due to the dense presence of human marks in and around it. A railway tracks cuts the Dipperville from eastern and southern side, injecting industrial and mechanic presence in the form of sound and mechanical mobility. Encroachment becoming the action of greed, remains the action of need in the context of the water body. So this is the water body that I'm visiting since 2013. And there are 3 different dots you can see, which basically mark as 3 different areas where people cultivate in the winter when the water recedes and the water goes in the Brahmaputra river through its outlet. So it has also inlet and outlet. And these are the temporal farmlands, these 3 dots, color dots. And the nearby villagers basically come there and do farming, cultivate vegetables and crops and sell them in the market nearby, in the city. And I find this place as a friction between the ecological notion of time and versus the industrial notion of time, because the presence of the farmer's gesture to make mark on the land, to fulfill the need, is something that is most important, because it's talked about the and slowness, and there is like intense toil that goes into that, and also the coming of different kind of mechanical presence. It's basically talks about how the agrarian context is basically coming into the frame of industrial notion of time, and with earlier tools, with different tools, like for example the body gesture basically talks about and intensify the ecological notion of time through which the landscape needed to be observed and seen. So this is another note which is very short. So it's a short bio of a contaminated water body. I'm boiling, I'm constantly getting ruined and teared apart in every season. I reshaped and poisoned to become picturesque I witnessed rivers of blood. Inside me flows the river and fracture wind. I hosted times and pain. I became a sight to experiment turbulent. My skin turned dry in river. So there are a lot of farmers in that water body that that come and work all day, like from 5 early in the morning to 5 in the evening. And so there is one farmer called Manik Kalita, and he come early in 5 in the morning, and sometimes I try to catch his time, but I always fail to do that. So I also have had a lot of conversation about his techniques, about his philosophy, his language of treating soil and language towards soil. So I wrote something. So a bamboo forest, when turned into sharp angles and function directed towards human needs, then a forest, an ecosystem turns into a human experience and civilization. The bamboo structure of Manik Kalita at the wetland is the complex cluster of gesture and his age. He lives between erosions, demographic, and architectural shift in the landscape around the wetland. He has a thin body with a compact and strong muscles. He walks with the cows at the same speed. When he walks on the soil, his energy creates ripples on his skin, as well as on the air. So the house of Manik Kalita that he built is an example of his craftsmanship, rawness, and slow way of working and living. He uses tongal, basically thick bamboo fiber used as a ropes in the Assamese villages to knot the bamboo with each other. The muscles of Manik Kalita stretch to past to his ancestry and brings out the knowledge, time, material, and ecology to make this house standing in the farm field near the wetland. He makes the bamboo grid for creepers to climb up so that proteins, vitamins, and carbohydrates can be harvested in the next season for the muscles and gesture to sustain the human bodies and civilization. An ordinary agrarian architecture made by a farmer helps to sustain the human civilization. Its importance is immense. The architectural need for the civilization should exist as a situation of care rather than a situation for the extraction. So there are a lot of notes that I developed, and this is the drawing that I made. There is Manik Kalita, and I wrote a cultivator's note. So as I began to navigate in the field of life, my days began to scatter in distraction. As a farmer of time, I began to harvest introspection. I failed many times, and in those failures, I experienced momentary points of beliefs. After opening the window of beliefs, I encountered another field of distraction. I sat near an old grass and began to ask about the dimensionality of spread grief. The old grass whispered in my ear. My ignorance and unconsciousness got blended. I lost the chance to concentrate on a fragile season. I unlearned spatial dimensions and durability from an old grass. All habitation exists through fragile seasons. All seasons are passing through the clutches of smoke. Habitation is fragility, smoke is architecture, spatiality is season. And so there are also a lot of objects you can find in different kind of farm objects, and we also have conversation about the possible performative energies of the dead trees and different kind of things. So these are different notes that I made, and these are different kind of drawings that comes out from the regular visit and conversations and the rest, pause, wait, and tiredness as the performative departure. So in the process of work, there are always pause, there is always wait, there is always rest, and also a tiredness. And we also have conversation about on these points as a point of performative departure. And this is one of the photographs of that lake, and this is basically the bamboo structure. It's a big fishing net. in which a fisherman basically work with the idea of the balance, and he tries to hit the water through him by maneuvering his body weight on this with this structure, and try to collect the fishes. And this is another example of the large scale fishing that happens there, in which a structure does not move, only water moves. In the earlier one, the structure moves, water is always whether it's moving or still. So these are two different kind of like examples which talks about different kind of like architectural skills and craftsmanships, and how people uses material in the field. This is another note that that I make through different trips. It's a fisherman on pedagogy and fishing syllabus. So a river in her last flow, a solitary river becomes tired just before reaching at a thirsty village. How much flows makes a river? When all rivers will die, then I will travel inside me in search for a calm water body. There I will build a structure to fish pigeons. In dark nights, I sleep on water to converse with fishes, frogs, and mosquitoes. In morning, I plow the river with my hunger. Plowing a river within us is a pedagogical process without any syllabus. How much flows makes a syllabus? How much flows makes a river? So this is another note, another one that basically talks about that particular water body and the situation, the messianic presence, and the encroachment, and so many things. And this observation that I wrote when I was traveling on the banks of Brahmaputra River in Assam. So here I am a river. I'm living in infinite flow, which grew through catastrophe, solitude, and contemplation. I have seen countless griefs and washed out revolutions. I produce floods and force people to evacuate and become lifeless. My force and flow gets sharper and deeper, erasing my own banks. I erased memories and lives. I ignited demographic floods through escape. I was moving and suddenly encountered a giant structure standing and separating me from myself, separating me from my own flow. I cultivated generation just before turning into a memory. I plowed souls and soils. Seasons shaped me and intensified my presence in the field. Just after that, I encountered the knowledge of concrete and control. I camouflaged the field of life through alluvial sediments. I spread myself to buildings, streets, to your hunger. I become a contaminated water body. Even my shadows gets contaminated. Contamination is flowing from one shadow to another. Modernity is flowing in my body as an ingredient of contamination and liberation. All the trees on my deteriorating banks are introspecting that the notion of time is framed and intensified by the extractive psyche. So this is another drawing with a note called moisture of empathy. So dryness of fast river glued with my bones. In the wetland, my being lost like a sore winter days. I swim like a dry leaf floating on water. My blood and mud of modern psyche meet in this picturesque wetland. I'm a fish, and I know about a dying waterfall behind the forest. Inside my flesh, there is a wildfire alive for centuries, older than sunlight, older than water and photosynthesis. All discoveries are attempts of human desperation, and all knowledges are useless without empathy. I was born inside dust, with chaos and cold. My body was shivering in the heat. I swim in time, and I live in contaminated wetland of collective memory. All night I swim through the muddy water of taboos. In early morning, I lost my enthusiasm and rhythm in front of the power of intelligence. My gaze is longing for innocence and empathy from the contaminated psyche landscape of misguided realities. So this is another note which I won't read. It will take time. And so now, after all those trips and notes, and what happens to it? In the collective, which we formed in 2010 as a students in art school, this project we conceived in 2020 in the mid of pandemic. It's No School, and No School starts with KNOW, and all those observations that that we are making in the field or from the field or by the field are basically coming into play to define this project, and which basically a kind of No School is basically a kind of tool that happens in the field with the people in the different rural context in Assam, and it's a combination of like interplay of two different words, KNOW and NO, in which NO is very prominent and KW is little silent. So it's about also critiquing the present pedagogy, because what we feel is that in the present pedagogy there are two main issues and two main difficulties, and these difficulties are it asserts the idea of individualism and its relation with the idea of competition. So that's why this positionality becomes very important. That's why the No is more important, and KNOW is that what kind of pedagogy or what kind of institutions we want to imagine or think. So No School is basically a tool to navigate the landscape and the local experiences and occupation in terrains, and it's also basically becomes a kind of like point for us to imagine the post-disciplinarity. So the post-discipline is basically about it's not about a time, it's neither about a kind of like historicity, it's about like trying to really see the possibility of field and imagine and rethink about the notion of time and see the landscape or vice versa, and try to imagine a different kind of like pedagogical structure or aesthetic system to which can become more sustainable. So here in discipline, we always functions with the industrial notion of time. We have like greed, we have like concepts like knowledge is power. In post-discipline, this concept should be like questions. So knowledge cannot be. I'm sorry, yeah. So in pre-discipline and post-discipline, knowledge cannot be power, because if you have power, then you are going to exercise somewhere or in some context or in some another entity or on somebody. So these things becomes more important. So we are trying to really work on this idea of like how the structure of the post-discipline will look like, what it will be. So we go to different places and we basically work with people of different age groups and try to develop exercises together, and we practice together. So this started in 2020 and still going on. And this is another project that I initiated in 2019 in the context of Bihar. And it's about like this whole project comes from, again, my regular conversation with my grandfather and his own way of like farming. So he used to plow the fields with oxen in the wooden plow, and in 80s and just in the beginning of the 90s, and he used to talk about the conversation, the different kind of utterances and the languages that he used to guide, to channelize the oxens that he used to plow the field. And it was a long day, like a conversation. So it was basically, I see that as a kind of like philosophical site to take off and to imagine a kind of like initiative or or a mechanism to work towards the aesthetic production, and to reimagine the idea of like pedagogy. So the harvest school is basically a situation which comes out from the context where the context is very vibrant in Bihar, in Bhojpur region. And so there is like dowry, there is caste, there is like a lot of like extractive agriculture is happening. And so from that particular context, the previous practices of agriculture so were like very slow, and it was very time taking, and that moves me always, and that becomes a site to basically realize or push this idea of slowness and weight and excessive toil, one can say, or like excessive body gesture production in the context of agricultural practice. So how that can be happen, and so we go to different places and conduct different exercises and build structures, and like work with all age of people, and we try to map the field first, and then try to realize the power of the place, and then build like structures or mobile sculptures like these. So everything happens in the harvest school in the context of like Bihar. So eating and working at the same time, and these are basically the possible forms that can come out from the context of these field visits. So architectural or a multi-species harvest library, these are the future things that may come out from the regular field visit. That's it from my part. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. As far as I can see, there are no questions from the audience. Yes, we have a question from the audience. Fantastic. Thank you for the mic.
Hi, I'm a student. I'm very interested in the idea of open learning and the way you show the school, which is like the no school school. I wanted to ask, what are some of the challenges that you face when you with this program that you are running with people of all ages? And because I'm very interested in how this works, because open learning is something that we've all aspired to do as designers, as people who are interested in art. We want to get away from the curriculum, set curriculum system of learning, and more explorative, playful learning. Yeah.
So basically, in the context of no school, it works with the idea of fluid syllabus. We don't have a syllabus because we here the place, the field, the soil, the ecosystem becomes the powerful element, and it basically drives us. And so every place is like different, every ecosystem is slightly different, even in the context of shorter distances. So what happens, we never repeat the same syllabus, like exercise, and it is basically the character of the particular place, the problems that we go and encounter and discuss with the people, all those becomes the context to imagine exercises. So even we don't know that what kind of exercises are we going to practice in the next no school gathering, and that is most interesting thing that we are encountering. And I think that yes, absolutely right, it's very important to really rethink the pedagogy, because we feel that in no school, we feel that this modern like pedagogy, existing pedagogy is like a violence. It's like a slow violence where like all the residue of that pedagogy is basically creating the problems that we're facing now, whatever we name it. And it's time to really, you know, rethink about a cared kind of pedagogy or cared static production, or is any structure that we are going to build or think. So it's not about category, it's not about profession, it's about way of living. It's not about a career or things like that. So yeah, I hope that I can answer your question.
Yes, that does. I have another leading question. So I was interested in knowing how, because we have in schools, we divide class by age, by it's very subjects and all of that, right? But here it's questioning all of that and saying that people of all ages are put into one class, are interacting with each other. Does that create a challenge that you have to address then? Are some people learning slower than others, right? Even in a regular class that happens with people of the same age. How does that change in the scale that you are in the program that you are conducting? Does that
As like it's a very nomadic kind of like a tool, and we try to really, you know, negate the idea of competition itself. So there is no fast learning, there is no slow learning, and yes, like having like you know, working with the different age groups, there are like different certain problems that we encounter always because of the age groups, you know, like it always age is also kind of like category and hierarchy. So that comes, and it's we are trying to like, you know, trying to basically have conversation and build a kind of like situation where actually we can as much as we can come together and, you know, we can learn, because we are not the teachers in the no school, we are the students in the no school, and we all go there and basically come together and build idea according to the character of the place and the need and urgency of the place, and then try to devise that exercises and practice together.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another two questions here at the front. Thank you for bringing the mic.
Thank you, Dharmendra. I'm Meena. I just
Thank you.
say in Srishti, we call ourselves a community of learners. So I completely agree with you. We are all learning all the time. And my question is for Anne. Anne, Anne, I just wanted to say I really liked your where you started as a workshop and then went into a book and then presentations. Do you have anything following that? Is there another thing going after that, or?
Thank you so much. As I said, it's a collective process. This is I'm just speaking for everybody involved today. Yes, so we are going into more encounters, workshops, and hopefully another publication which will focus on the practices of art and food. So that would be our next planned step.
Yeah, I had another observation or a thought in my mind when I was listening to your thing where you are inviting people to bring in and creating menus and recipes and you're sharing it. I was just thinking about, because we come from a very traditionally strong food traditions also. So I was wondering what's happening with the emotions which are attached to some of the traditions, like, you know, there are a lot of stories that's coming in my head. So I was just wondering, when people are coming, creating new recipes, and, you know, there will be, because in India we had our own food traditions, then the Chinese came, the French came. So we have, but again, it is sitting within the kind of traditional. But now because we are done with all that, maybe we are looking at new recipes. So I'm just wondering, what is the emotions when it comes to food with some histories? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's very good points. And Gabriel G, actually, who talks on Friday, will develop a little bit more on this because so he's a historian, writer, but also a cook, and he thinks about those global, local stories of also industrial stories, like through food. But yes, through our events, we really try like to smell the food, to hear the food, to like sort of like to engage into this kind of haptic experience, and to also like bring together like and think through this sort of like both like the how the food is produced, but also not try to ignore the fact that a lot of it is industrially produced, and to try to detangle, like untangle, like tell stories of where those food come from. Also, like so, for example, for the first dinner, it was and that was also why it was so important. Also, like to do this series of dinner within a greenhouse where food is grown and food is studied, and to like so the dinner was and the recipes actually are available online, and we are also collecting them, and this will also like be part of like some of the coming workshops and coming publication, this making recipes together, cooking more together, and sharing recipes together. And for this first dinner, it was very connected to roots, and so, for example, we had, and it was also very connected, also like to the novel from The Ground Underneath Our Feet from Salman Rushdie, and so we had like a mixture of also connecting food through sound, connecting food through writing incantations, and yeah, but yeah, I don't want to go too much into it because Gabriel will develop like more deeply like about this if you're around on Friday. But yeah, thank you so much.
We have one last question from Nina, and then I think we come to a close because it's already 8:05.
I should try to be brief. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations. Really fascinating panel. This question maybe is for Dharmendra, but maybe it'll expand out for everybody. Your practice is situated around non-extractive processes, and you mentioned that throughout your presentation, and well, the spirit of it is there. And I was just wondering if you could talk about that and the difference between kind of knowledge extraction and knowledge construction, which seems to happen through the projects like the Harvest School, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so much for this beautiful question. Absolutely. So this question is so important, and what is the line between the knowledge production, construction, and knowledge extraction? And it depends upon for what and for whom, and why. These questions also comes with that question, I think. The answer also lies in that particular this question. So that's why the notion of time becomes very important, and that's why this idea of slowness, because the way we understand progress is something that has to do only with the industrial framework or industrial notion of time. Our own routine right from morning to evening is always like it works with according to the industrial notion of time, and that's it's also the pedagogy, the established pedagogy has to do with that. It has a like very strong relation with that. So in the context of Noel School or Harvest School, like we don't have exams, we don't have like even we don't know like when the next Harvest School or Noel School is going to happen. So it totally depends upon on kind of like spontaneity or a kind of like specific need, rather than a kind of like a building a kind of like archive, or building a kind of like or library, or kind of like So the notion of storage with the whole production system of knowledge is not there. And a lot of the times, like the place and its characters are always in the center, because we go to different places and we are trying to really work according to the power of the materials that exist there. So the bamboo as a material has its own power and its own character. And if we try to make that steel or something like that, or rubber, that means it's a problematic positionality to really read that material. So respecting that character and having that, not seeing that particular entity as an object or a material, but the relationship should be like, seeing it as a kind of equal partners in the formation or construction of knowledge is I think more important. So we always emphasize on this relationship, and I think that is the position that we need to like shift, how we look at non quote unquote so-called non-living things or non-human or whatever. So I think these relationships makes and I think answers the questions that you put forward. But I think this is a very important question, and I don't think I can answer this question, because we are living in a system where everything is like extracted, and so that's why when I look at the practices of my grandfather, like almost 50-year practice of my grandfather, as a person, he never went to school, but he was having a very like deep understanding of soil and seasons, and also the birds sounds and all kind of like things. And people like him is always like called uneducated, and something that is like a kind of like a violence. And so his slowness in the field basically empowers this whole idea of like ecological notion of time that sets the tone for imagining a certain kind of like initiative like Harvest School. And Harvest School is basically, it's a very informal kind of situation where knowledge is not produced, but it is basically collectively realized, and then it again live there. So you don't have to like, it's like a river flow. It's like just touching different banks and passing. I don't know like but that is my observation about your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I need to thank you everyone for being here until so late, and thank you our presenters for their really exciting and rich contribution, and for the conversation that your work has started triggering here and elsewhere. So I think that the next appointment is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Indian time, whereas there will be a workshop running in the morning at 10. Perfect. Okay, so I'm getting signs from the room. So I can just say good evening to everyone and good night. Probably not good night. Good evening, and enjoy your dinner for those who are here, and enjoy the rest of your day elsewhere in Europe.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.